Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Check, check. Microphone check.
We are live now here at Kojaks. We've been live on the warm up, live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Already got quite a few viewers here for this final table of event number 4, Johnny.
Yeah,
The
getting excited.
Mini Main, Texas Mini Main Championship. We've had 13 qualifiers, 14 baggers, one double bagger, Nassim.
Yep.
That's pretty huge. He started the day with 591,000 in chips. I think it was like 114 big blinds. I think the second chip stack was like 60.
Yeah, he had a massive chip advantage. He was so confident. He showed up half an hour late, something like that, and it's been fun.
Yeah, with that kind of chip stack, it's easy to do. Once again, my name is Reese here with Johnny Blaze here to take you this final table all the way home to the champion of our event number 4, the Texas Mini Main. This was a $360 buy-in tournament. It was a $25,000 guarantee. Prize pool ended up being $32,000 even. Like I said, it Mother's Day weekend, great turnout for Mother's Day weekend. But we knew we were going to take a little bit of a hit on the field being at Mother's Day weekend, but still had quite a bit of people show up. So hopefully these guys get to come back and maybe take somebody out to dinner for Mother's Day for having to play poker on Mother's Day.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding.
Already people in the chat. Once again, thanks for tuning in on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Old Sam is Sam. He's our flush frenzy chaser, isn't he? Or no, that was Chase.
That was Chase.
Yeah,
What's up, Sam?
Sam was here yesterday. Uh, like I said, this was a $360 buy-in, and we had 100 and I believe it was 108 entries into the event. We had 5 flights, 2 flights on Friday, 2 flights on Saturday, and then the turbo flight on Saturday night. And we had 2 baggers on that turbo flight, and the turbo flights are always kind of hit or miss. But whenever the flight, I believe it was B, got shut down real early. We were coming back today with the blinds. We came back today with the blinds at 2,500 and 5,000, and so even the turbo flights that don't get a lot of entries had lots of value if you got the bag.
Yeah, personally, so I spend a lot of time traveling for tournaments. The turbos happen to be my favorite.
Hmm.
I've always done well in them. You know, You don't have to grind out such a uh,
Long day.
long, arduous day and then end up getting tortured at the end where you don't bag it up.
Mm.
It's either quick out or quick run up a stack and get it done. So
Yeah,
I
well,
like them. They're fun.
with the day two blinds starting as low as they are, if the turbo flights are small, you don't have as many chips in that bag if you do get it. But with the blinds coming back where there was lots of value and starting in on that, and I believe it was MJ and George both bagged in the turbo.
MJ and George, I thought Nassim bagged in the turbo.
No, he bagged in D, I believe. Yeah,
Did
and
he? Okay.
I know George Ariola did. He ended up coming in with 91,000 in chips. Um, Either way, they got here today too, and they are in the money. Uh, we started like today with 13 players. We've lost three so far. Uh, Mr. MJ got knocked out in 13th place, taking home $600 for his efforts. Do you know who's 12th?
12th, I know
Cade
Ruben.
Burton. Cade Burton, who came in as a short stack, but got $600 still. I know he only fired one bullet, came in and made it in, and doubled his money.
He's a new player as far as as far as I know, young man, and he played pretty well. So I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future.
Oh yeah,
Ruben ended up going out in
yep.
11th.
Yep. He was our
Classic
final
bowler.
final table bubble boy there, but it was good for $800. So everybody who's made it to the final table now, let's take a look in on these guys. Check out while they're of course, this is on a 15-minute delay on all of our social medias, as all streams are online, and they're getting their chip stacks counted and getting stuff together. But everyone you see here on this screen is guaranteed at least $1,000 for their efforts. They've made it to this final table and done a great job. While they are getting the last little bit of the final table set up, let's take a look at the schedule here, Johnny. We're finishing up the Texas mini main here, right dead in the middle, halfway through this series.
Yeah, it's been good so far. We're really looking forward to next week. There's going to be some cash games early Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We're going to
Oh
have
yeah,
510s running that already have pretty big lists and a ton of excitement. Tomorrow, there's going to be a free roll with 6 p.m. start time, 5K guarantee, and that is going to have a crazy turnout, I'm sure. So we're going to need all hands on deck and show up and show some love if
absolutely.
you're in town.
Our typical free rolls are on Mondays, and they get wild and pretty big anyway. And this one's going to have the prestige and the trophy tied to it. So I expect the free roll, just like last year, to be on steroids. But like Johnny said, we have our PLO High Only Championship on Tuesday, the High Roller No Limit Hold'em on Wednesday, and the Big O on Thursday. And we're going to be having some specialty cash games that starting at 2 p.m. PLO on Tuesday, No Limit Hold'em on Wednesday, and Big O on Thursday. And those cash games are going to roll right into those championship tournaments. So if you're looking for some early big game cash, you can check it out on Poker Alice and see how many people are signed up because there's quite a few of them. We'll be playing PLO Tuesday, No Limit Hold'em on Wednesday, and Big O on Thursday. All will be a 500 minimum buy-in, no cap. It's good. Like I said, they're going to be big action games. You going to try to get in on any of them, Johnny?
Man, I might fire a couple bullets. Honestly, I think I'm going to be working. We're going to need as many dealers as possible.
Well, if you're dealing them, then you're guaranteeing yourself money. I think that's the best bet right there. And then after those championships this week, we're going to roll right into Friday, the Texas Main No Limit Hold'em Championship, a $50,000 guaranteed tournament, $480 buy-in. I know Mother's Day sort of kept a few people away, but I think this main event championship coming up next weekend is going to be a monster.
I agree. This weekend it had a great turnout, but there was a lot of people, familiar faces that we didn't see. I'm sure they were either out of town or visiting family and all that good stuff.
No,
So,
I don't blame 'em. I'm here working on Mother's Day myself, but I made phone calls today. I did what I had to do.
of course,
So,
of course.
but they are getting cards in the air. Let's take a look real quick at some of these chip stacks. Nassim, still the chip leader, 552,000 in chips. I was watching on the tables when we were getting down to the final table, and he was just kind of folding a lot, kind of biding his time, as he should when you've got almost double the chip stacks of everybody else. So he's definitely looking for those ladders up. Next behind him, Bo, 380,000. He's in good position to make a deep run. Right behind him, all the way down to 300,000 is Daryl. He's at 298,000. And then on down the short stack, George with 125,000. But at the end of the day, what's a short stack right now? Because the blinds are still low.
Yeah.
They're 4,000, 8,000. So there's lots of poker to be played. Definitely, the blinds will not be dictating the action here today. And speaking of, we can get right into it. The first hand here of this final table. There you see Daryl with the ace king in the small blind. Billy raising it up in the hijack queen at 9 offsuit. Nassim, pocket sevens. Here's the first test. Is he going to bring the action now, or is he still going to lay it down like he did?
No, he's gonna have to open. Billy, that's an interesting open from Billy off the hijack. That should be a fold, but I digress. He decides to open it. Nassim continues through a call from the button. That's pretty standard.
Yeah,
Daryl.
yeah, I saw a black chip there. He's going to three bet this to 51,000.
Mm-hmm.
Rudy not waking up with anything. Now, Billy, I don't know, maybe he was just trying to establish some dominance early in this final table, so to let people know that he's going to be playing and put some chips in there. But now Nassim back on the button in position with the pocket sevens. I think you're going to see a flat here. It's
Yeah.
51,000. It's 10% of his chips. Pocket sevens, you got to see a flop, right, Blaze?
Nassim loves taking flops with pocket pairs. Even if it was deuces here, he'd probably take a flop just to try and hit a set. You make a set and you're in a good position to collect a stack.
Yeah, there you see the check mark for Daryl. The other sevens were folded amongst the field, so but this can be easy to get away from for Nassim, I'm sure, once that ace hits up there, right?
Yeah. It's going to be an easy fold for sure, for sure. Like the aggression from Daryl, there's a lot of players who don't have that much confidence in Ace King. They decide to play it passively, and you can see the merits of it. He happened to hit an ace on the flop, but very often you can see bet on a Broadway texture, take it down, and generate a lot of folds. You just can't be scared to put chips into the pot. It's a premium hand for sure, and it's worth a lot.
Yeah, I don't think Daryl's going to really slow play. The pot was already pretty big with the three bet and a flat there. Go ahead and just play your hand open face and just take that decent pot down.
Definitely. From Billy, the open there, when you have the chip leader to your left, you really have to constrain yourself and open a lot tighter just because they're going to be flatting a lot more often, putting pressure on you post flop, and you can't be stealing pots away from them, especially someone as aggressive as Nassim. So I like to see him reel it back a little bit and be more conservative and careful with
Yeah,
his chips.
Billy was not on these same two tables as Nassim, so this is the first time that they've looked at each other from across the table, and like I said, maybe he was wanting to sort of set the tone early for him. Here we see it, nothing really going down. Fernando waking up with the ace queen suited, taking that one down at pre-flop. Once again, it has to be reiterated. These blinds are only 4,000, 8,000. These guys, 260, we got 140, 125,000 is the lowest chip stack. And so there's still lots of action, lots of play. These guys don't have to go too crazy. They can kind of feel each other out, make some three bets pre, take some draws on flops, and still not be hurt too bad.
Yeah, I can see Tony has 124,000, so he's got um, 15 and a half bigs. It's plenty to take a couple of orbits around the button and around the blinds.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be plenty of poker left, but it's getting tight for sure.
Yeah, Fernando here waking up +2 with pocket queens, raised it up to 17,000, and Rudy on the button here is going to be looking at ace king offsuit. Not real sure if he wants to three bet him here. He's a little bit short of a stack, a little under 200,000. Fernando's right about 300,000, but like I said, a call or a raise here. I think I like a raise more. Unfortunately, we see that it's a bad one, but I think a three bet here on the button in position with ace king is the play, and I think that's what we're going to see here out of Rudy. Yeah, he's going to make it 62,000. And now Fernando, do you announce it here or do you just flat, or what do you think, Blaze?
He just has to go with it. Yeah, unfortunately, Ace King it's ahead of a lot of Fernando's opens, so you're three betting for value, and he has, I believe it's 23 bigs, so you just have to three bet stack off. Fernando, he could flat, I suppose, but Queens
Yeah.
is just too much of a hand, and
Yeah.
you just got to go with it.
Yeah, Rudy three betting here. On the button, the range is going to be a little bit wider on the 3-bet, but yeah, he is going to go ahead and chip this in, and Rudy's going to snap this one off. So right off the rip, 2 big stacks. This will be for a lot of chips. You see 384,000 in the middle. So this is going to be a huge position changer here for this hand. Rudy's going to be the one at risk with the ace-king, needing to improve to get ahead of Fernando's pocket queens. So see dealer Josh there, count down the stacks, making things accurate. And we're going to see who takes this one down. $1,000 is the next value of the knockout. 10th place, $1,000. Rudy not wanting that 1,000 when we have $9,000 up top, Blaze. $9,000 first place.
Yeah, anything less than top 3 places is always a disappointment for sure. You made the final table. This is really where it starts to get real, you know.
Yeah.
It's
Well, and while we look at this flop here, this is Rudy's 3rd final table of the series.
he's had an impressive showing so far. He's made a final table in each and every event, and this is going to be the make or break it moment for him. If
Yeah.
he can hit one of his outs, then he's in a good position to make it pretty deep in this one as well.
And right on the window, king there in the window, 5 deuce king. Backdoor running spades still in his favor as well. So Fernando be looking for a queen and only a queen. 9 not going to do
Queen
it
of
here.
spades is now dead. He has
Yeah, it's
one
queen of
out.
spades is out now too. So 1 out here. Not going to happen. So Fernando with giving the chips there for Rudy for the full double up. He's going to have a little over 100,000 in chips. He's going to have about 12 bigs left. So it's not really not a position you want to be in, but that's a spinnable stack.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
definitely.
he's got plenty.
You're definitely not going to get blinded out anytime soon. I think he could even survive in orbit. You know, and really pick a spot. He doesn't really have to get it in here in the next couple of hands. See Jason hopping in the box. One thing I guess I touched on was Rudy's run in this series. Holy cow!
It's been incredible for him. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
He's had like 3. I'll have to ask, and he's going to be upset that I don't know, but he could be 4 for 4 on final tables.
He is 4 for 4 on final tables.
That's incredible.
Got second in event number 3. Not sure of his finishes in the previous 2 events, but he at least made a final table. So.
Yeah, is on a sun run for sure, playing well. You don't get that many final tables in a row without having quite a bit of a skill involved. So shout out to Rudy for his series so far. Let's see, hand number 4, falling all the way around to Bo in the small blind. He's going to raise it up and hope George doesn't wake up with anything, and he is correct, taking down that big blind.
There it is.
Rudy all smiles. He's the quintessential example of a player's volume based on chip stack. He's super happy-go-lucky when he's got a monster stack.
He's like that. He's very much like that. Rudy, I say him and Rudy are probably the 2 that are the most.
Yeah, Rudy's my favorite. You can always hear when he's doing well.
Oh yeah.
Great personality at the poker table. Always enjoy having him in the poker room. So Nassim is still your chip leader, right at 500,000 in chips, and now your short stack right now. After that all-in loss of Fernando, right there tied with George, about 110,000 in chips. Jose here, middle position, lets the pocket deuces go. Nassim, late position, king, jack of diamonds. Looks like pretty much a min. It is a min raise. Blas are up 5-10. He's going to make it 20 with the king, jack suited, the old co-jack. Rudy there asking for Nassim to see his chips like he doesn't know.
Sizing them up. Queen 5 off.
Bo on the button, good fold there. Ace-10 off suit, not one to play the position there, and neither blind wants to defend, so Nassim getting some of those chips back earlier from the very first hand. So if you are Nassim and you have 500,000 chips in play, second stacks, the mid 300s, are you looking to just kind of sit back and chill and ladder up, or do you want to put pressure on some of these shorter stacks?
You are supposed to be, especially with the size of his advantage, he's supposed to be opening a lot more hands and putting pressure on people, because ICM-wise, the rest of the players are supposed to be playing so tight that you are just making so many chips
barreling over
uh,
them. Yeah,
by barreling on them. Yeah.
yeah. And the only thing that I would argue against that, because that typically would be the case, this table is stacked with experienced players that are shooting for that first place prize. None of these guys are going to be happy with the min caches, so
Right.
I think they're going to be going for the win rather than just going for the ladders. So
100%.
he could get some of that pushback if he tries to put it in there too early, too often. Billy here under the gun, going to raise this one up. Ace Jack suited, folding all the way around. Um, no one waking up with anything to combat here. See if the blinds. Martin in the small, 15K more to him to call. Almost 10% of his stack there. Going to let the King Jack off go. And Billy's going to take that one down without a flop to get some of those chips back from the first hand as well. But yeah, it's interesting. You talk about ICM for those that are listening. ICM is basically just sort of a formula that poker players use to give their chips that they have a value based upon what the payouts and what the prize pool is. It's kind of a weird formula, no reason to get into it, but at the end of the day, it's just how much you're expected to do, how much you're expected to win, given how many chips you have. And like Blaze was saying correctly, in that Nassim could be using those chips to put some of the pressure on the shorter stacks because they're trying to fold and fold and fold and wait for the big hands and ladder up this prize pool. I don't know if it's going to be applicable to this table, Blaze. I
So
think these
it's
guys are going to be going for the win. There's a lot of them that just they want that 9K. They don't care about the $1,000 tenth place.
Yeah, if you look at, like, for instance, this hand, right? Rudy had ace three offsuit. He folds it in a cash game. He's not folding that. George is sitting here on the cutoff. He's got ace 9-0. He, it's a close spot for him. See, he gets a fold out of it.
Yeah,
So that's all ICM pressure
yeah,
that's causing those folds.
yeah.
So
And there's a
here we go.
raise there. Fernando on the button. Pocket jacks. Billy immediately ships over the top. Going to put Fernando to the test, but I don't think Fernando's going to be able to let this one go.
No, they're both
Yep,
both
he
putting it in.
instantly called here, and so Billy's going to see the bad news here, even though Fernando is the one at risk. Let the graphics
Did
play
Martin
catch
open
up here.
fold the button? I think Martin folded the button with
Mm,
ace, a suited ace.
yeah, yeah, I think he did. Queen 10 4, no help here to Billy, looking for an 8 and only 8. King, no help. Black cards, black 8s don't help. 9 on the river. Pocket Jack's going to hold. Fernando going to get some of that chip stack back up to 235, and Billy's going to be left with just under 200 left. So no one eliminated yet, but some chips have been shifting early.
Yeah, we have a lot of flips. There's a lot of neck and neck down at the bottom. We got Billy sitting on 185 now. Tony is short. George is short. Martin is short. And Fernando just found the double, so he is now middle of the pack. Um, Daryl and Rudy need to be probably the tightest players. Him and Bo. Daryl, Rudy, and Bo need to be the tightest at the table. They're also arguably the most experienced, and they'll probably be doing that. They're not the type to get too rowdy or out of hand with bad cards. And honestly, seeing someone like Martin folding a suited ace on the button, it just goes to show that these guys really are. Even if they're not playing for the money, they're trying to play proper poker. And so there's going to be a lot less action than we're accustomed to. Definitely in a cash game, out here in West Texas in the cash games, it's really common to see 7, 6, 5-way pots, and that's not the case here, obviously.
No, not at all. And I think these blinds might have a little bit to do with it. They feel less pressure because the blinds are pretty low comparable to chip stacks,
Hmm.
and so maybe they're kind of more prone to, just kind of folding and biding their time for a little bit, especially when they find where kind of everybody's mood at this final table, kind of learning each other. We went from 2 tables, 13 qualifiers, and so not all these players are kind of saw how other players were playing the other table. So a little bit of feel out time, a little bit of not too much pressure of being eliminated with the blinds. The play are 5 and 10,000. So your Martin, George, 10, 11 bigs, Billy, 18 bigs. They can be a little bit selective.
Definitely, it's a lot. It's very similar to a fight. This is the first round of it, and all these guys are just filling themselves out. They're getting some jabs in maybe here and there, and trying to manage distance and see where they fit in and
Yeah.
how much they can get involved or not, and
Yeah.
see where everyone is
See Daryl here
into.
opening up. King Queen offsuit's going to fold around to Jose in the small. Less to call here. He's got some in there. 17,000 to see a flop. Has the suited advantage, and that is it. Nassim in the big blind. See if he wants to throw in an extra 12,000 just to see a flop. He doesn't. So I don't hate that. Keeps himself out of trouble. So Jose and Daryl both flopping queen high here. No one has any way to win this one other than with the chips. Let's see who picks up the aggression path here to give themselves the advantage.
It's going to be interesting to see how many streets Daryl is going to be barreling here. If Jose is going to be check raising this flop, technically speaking, he should be check raising this at a pretty high frequency. Um, but he might be playing it slow and trying not to get over involved in a massive pot. Jose is capped. Yeah, then they both hit two pairs, so there's going to be a lot of chips put in the middle. I'm curious to see if they're willing to stack off with this hand. They might just get the stacks in the middle by the river and chop it up.
Yeah, there's no way this isn't going to go bet, raise, call, yada yada.
Right.
But it's still a little bit of a test of just how, you never know. You got to contemplate pocket eights, pocket sixes.
Yeah, you're ahead of aces. You're ahead of ace king. If Daryl even has that, I don't know if he's going to be betting on a queen 8-6 monotone with ace king. Um, yeah, of course you're in a bad spot versus
Jose.
pocket queens and the other sets.
Yeah, you've got blockers to the pocket queens, pocket kings. So really, if you're Jose here, all you're thinking of the odds of Daryl having eights or sixes. But I think he's Hollywood because he just put in the rest of the stack, and Daryl here is going to be forced to call this one off with the pot to stack size ratio. They're going to see the good news
Yeah.
for each other that they got to dance with no blood involved. So drawing completely chopped here. Dealer Jason here at Kojaks. We appreciate him. Puts out the inconsequential river and gets to stacking chips.
There it is.
So bit of a relief, bit of disappointment. Have that big of a monster on that drive aboard and just not get to stack, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm sure Daryl was feeling good. They were both feeling good in that spot.
Yeah. So hand number 9. Just on a quick look here. Once again, not too much damage. We've seen Rudy definitely get a healthy boost to his chip stack. Put almost 200,000 in his stack with that situation with him. And Billy, your bottom side of it, losing just under half his chips. He came to the final table here with Tony here, one of the short stacks, +1, ace king all in, and Fernando lets the ace jack go. Don't blame him there. Gonna fold around, see if anybody wakes up with anything here. Daryl with king queen, but definitely not gonna call off half of his stack, I don't think, with king queen offsuit. So a fold from everyone there, and Tony going to pick up some much-needed blinds. It's going to put him a little more life. Well, maybe not here. Daryl's not folding.
It's an interesting spot. He's behind all the ace highs. I don't think he wants to flip. He's a good enough player that he has a post flop edge and he has a stack to play post flop that he can. He just has a better opportunity to put his chips in than
flipping like that. He's too good of a player to put it on a coin flip.
100%.
Frank, turn up the volume. Understood. We can see what we can do here. Can let us know if that's a little bit better for you guys.
What's up, Sammy?
We'll test out these volumes here for you guys as we get into the next hand here. Uh, Bo here in the +1, going to try to steal some blinds here with the pocket fives. Min raises up to 28,000. See if anybody else can wake up with anything. And Frank, we've got Dawson in here running the board today. One of our operators here. Shout out to Dawson and Aiden, and of course Chase, helping us put these streams together to bring you this winner of this event number 3. Rudy here is going to make the call. King 10 in the big blind. Flops a king, immediately getting ahead there of Bo. See if he checks it. He does check it over to Bo. Let him continue the aggression. Bet a 20,000.
C-bet out of Bo. I like it. It's hard to flop a pair on these flops. Rudy continues. Bo puckers up.
Yep. Board pairing 7 on the turn. If Bo thinks that he's ahead, he's still thinking he's ahead. It is going to go check, check. They're going to see a turn here. Deuce on the river. Could get one more bet out of Bo. Of course, you know, Rudy could always put Bo on ace-king, king-queen, but he is going to lead into him here. And Bo snap calls, yeah. So good check there by Rudy on the turn to get one more bet there out of Bo of 35,000 to stack a few more chips, and Rudy closes that gap between him and Nassim, Blaze.
Yeah, Rudy is playing well. He's running well as well, of course. I like to see some thought out of Bo in that spot. He snapped it off pretty quickly. I don't think that Rudy is going to be turning his straight draws into a bluff where he just bets into them. Just as a player, it's not his style, but also in a spot like this, he's not trying to steal pots in that fashion, I wouldn't think. So I would have liked to see him think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, no harm to Bo there. Still over 300,000, over 30 bigs in his stack. Still plenty of poker left to play. The short stack right now is going to be Martin. He's got 106,000, right at 10 bigs. He's came to the final table with about 150. Got tussled up a little bit. We'll see if he can find him a spot. I think you'll see Billy pretty much open ripping from here on out with 18 bigs. I don't think he's gonna want to fall too low to where he gets called too easily. Like players now are starting to make those moves with 15 to 20 bigs almost, Blaze.
Mm-hmm.
Those shove spots. Been seeing that a lot.
Really,
Yeah.
it's when there's so many stacks that are shorter than him, I think he's 4th in chips. That is actually a huge mistake. For instance, if you have aces, right? You don't really want to be open jamming 18 bigs with aces. You want to get value out of them. If you generate a bunch of folds and say you get king queen off the fold, you get king jack off the fold, you get ace, a suited ace or ace x to fold, that's a huge mistake, and you're missing out on a ton of value. So just open jamming with 18 plus bigs, even 15 plus bigs, it's a bit of a mistake. Once you start getting to about the 13, 12, 11 range, then there's not really much reason to do anything other than just jam.
Yeah.
But it's debatable for sure.
All 3 players missing this flop here. Checks around to Nassim, the chip leader. Going to lead out there. Looks for 30,000 there. And it's going to get folds from both locations. So Nassim picking up some additional chips there. Well, Jose looked and looked back just to see if Nassim's going to bet this every time regardless with his position. Might try to float him here with the running spades. Decides not to. So Nassim picking up some chips there. And you know, there's something to be said. I was going to mention earlier, when you're at a final table, you know, $9,000 up top, you've got a decent chip stack, not to be the chip leader, but just a decent chip stack, dragging that first pot. How much of a sort of a breath does that give you? Just sort of like takes off a little bit of the pressure. Just dragging that first pot sometimes changes someone's mentality. Just one pot, that's all they need. Even if it's a little pot, just to stack some chips. Gets some kind of in a mood of relaxation rather than being so tense. And I think you could see just a little pot like that with Nassim change things.
Yeah, you could. It's funny you say that. You're absolutely right. You can see his posture change a little bit. He got a smile, of course. He knows that he took down some chips in a pot where he had seven high. That's beautiful for him,
Yeah.
and it's a game of momentum and confidence. And so a pot like that's going to give him confidence. Reason why ICM wise he can put so much pressure on people is because even if he doubles someone up,
Oh,
he has a ton of chips and he
look
can
at
still
this
put
here.
pressure on people.
George under the gun here. Ace
Uh
King
oh.
goes and puts in his 11 bigs, and it's folded around to Rudy on the button. He's definitely going to call it here. He's going to Hollywood just a little bit to try to bring Tony and Bo along. So for those watching, wondering why he's sort of looking like he's being contemplative, it's because he has two players behind him to act, and he wants them in the pot too, Blaze.
Yeah, pay attention to his facial expressions, pay attention to his mannerisms. Look at how he operates. He's very methodical. He's been playing for a long time.
Yeah.
And, a lot of amateur players or players that don't have a lot of experience, they're going to look down at Kings, they're going to jump in their
Just
seat and
immediately
just put it
snap,
in.
yeah. But he's trying to bring in Tony and Bo. Unfortunately, they didn't wake up with anything. So Ace King looking at to outrun Rudy's pocket kings. George here at risk with 111,000 in chips, looking for an ace on this flop turn or river. Rudy here with a live diamond, and that's it. Hearts covered by George's ace. George at risk to this flop. 7-5 Jack, no help to the ace king. We're looking for an ace and only an ace here. 8 on the turn, no change. And George needed an ace, does not get it, and we have lost our first player here of this final table. George Ariola, excellent tournament player. I've seen him many times on stream, seen him many times at final tables. Didn't have a whole lot of chips to work with. Got in the turbo just to get in, but ended up with $1,000 cash for his efforts on a $360 buy-in. Well played there by George, and got a good hand to get it in with. Just didn't win that flip.
Standard tournament stuff. George was the first main event winner here at Kojak's, and guy has a great record. He's won big events in Vegas. He's won events all over. He's had great results and definitely one of the best tournament players in West Texas. A lot of respect to him. It was a good run, and hats off to him. Glad to see him make.
We'll see him again this upcoming week with all the events we have left. Billy here, not going against the New Age theory of. No, he did fold. I'm sorry. It was Fernando that raised. Okay, I started to say Billy putting in chips, but he didn't. Fernando raising with Queen Jack suited. Under the gun, going to try to pick up some blinds here as it folds around to Tony on the button. I'm going to let that one go. We'll see what if Bo or Martin wake up and think. Ace-5 suited, 10 bigs. What do you think? Do you call it off, or do you like to lead off with Ace-5?
I mean, I would rather be the aggressor with Ace-5. I don't know, seeing how many hands he's been folding, I think he's probably going to fold this. He'll tank and consider it, but he's not going to put it in.
You're behind so often. You're not even if they have a pocket pair, you've only got one over typically, and you're behind, way behind any aces. So, yeah, it's tempting when you've got less than 10 bigs in a short stack, and the guy's about to steal your big blind. But good fold there by Fernando for sure, and see if that gives him an opportunity to turn things around by being able to lay that down. Real quickly, let's talk a little bit about because we got lots of cash going on out there in the room. We had two tables going right now. Our flush frenzy is active. I think it was $4,500, Blaze. We had two people get really close last night. They got 3 out of the 4 flushes. They made $100 for their efforts, but they were really, really close. And one guy made the 4th, but got beat by a boat.
Oh my God.
You have to win the hand.
That's insane.
You have to win the hand to get a flush frenzy qualification. So 2 players gotten really close, but we've already got 2 tables going out there buying for this flush frenzy. Started at that 4 p.m. hour, goes to 10 p.m. 4 flushes, win 4 flushes, and get that $4,500 jackpot in our cash games here at Kojak's. Nassim here, middle position, raising it up with ace-6 off. I guess putting the pressure on, continuing the pressure on Fernando and Bo, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a mandatory open. You're blocking a lot of the continues, and it's just profitable. That's good poker. Happy to see him open it.
Yep, and the ease continues there as he's stacking chips. I just feel like when you have such a chip lead, If you bleed a lot of it off early, it can really affect you, but he is slowly stacking it up. Not much, but when you're adding to it, when you have that kind of chip lead, it just adds to that comfortability and makes you easier to make good decisions.
100%. You're, in a position like him, you're not really trying to tango for a whole stack unless you have it, of course. But picking up those blinds, it really adds up to quite a bit. You're dwindling down your opponents, and at the same time, you're adding to your stack and extending your life quite a bit. Also, psychologically, if you're getting people to fold their bigs, they feel the pressure of the blinds passing around the table,
Hmm.
and it affects you for sure. So,
And this one here going to be a big one with Billy, who is very capable of pulling the trigger in the big blind. It's going to fold on around. Rudy ace 5 offsuit throws it into the muck. Tony ace 10,
got to go with it.
good enough for him. Blackjack, all the chips across the line. Bo and Martin going to be laying it down and see if the blinds wake up with anything. Fernando, King Jack offsuit. It's 109,000. It's going to be for about half his stack, so I don't really see him calling this off, especially out of a guy named Tony that we know real well.
Yeah, 100%.
You know you're behind, and Billy, unfortunately, not having anything to battle with. So Tony continues, getting some more blinds.
Him tanking in that spot, it does actually say a lot about his mentality. Most players would just snap muck that. The fact that he's even considering putting in that much chips with King Jack off means that he will be willing to flip for stacks. If he has a pocket pair there, he's probably going to call off. The guy has courage, and he doesn't play a lot of tournaments. He's a business owner here locally in Milan, Odessa. I believe he has a bar called the Lux Lounge,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken. So by no means is he a consummate poker grinder that spends all his time playing, but when he shows up, he plays very well.
Yeah, and I would advise that to anybody in situations, final tables, or in anything at all. Whenever someone's stealing your blinds, give it a little bit of a pause. Let them know you're not such an easy target, because when you snap fold every single time, they're going to get used to that sensation. But if they even feel like there could be a little bit of pushback, it might make them second guess next time. So whether he was actually doing it or intending it just to posture for a moment, both the right move.
100%. 100%. Yeah, if it feels like you're moving through them like butter,
They're just going to keep trying
they're
it.
going to keep trying you.
Yeah. Tony here just does a min raise here. Blinds are 6 and 12,000, 25-minute blinds here. Queen, a jack offsuit. Little surprising, middle position. Maybe try to pick up some more blinds. Bo's going to make the 3-bet with the king, queen.
He's going to run
And
into it.
Fernando runs right into it with ace king. Now let's see the real decision here. You see a raise out of Tony and a 3-bet out of Bo. Two very, very, very big players you have to consider.
Yeah.
You don't really have a choice, because he does put it all in with his ace king, and does he get this through? That's the thing.
He's going to have to. Bo doesn't. Oh, my God.
Yep. Tony let it
That
go.
surprises me.
Tony let it go, and
That
did he
is
call
very
it here?
surprising. He called it off.
Hmm.
He did call it off.
Yeah, he
That's a punt because
he could have got away from that, but like I said, he's just wanting to gamble at this point. So king, queen of Bo, ace king Fernando. Fernando the one at risk, 9-10.
Yep.
Good flop there for
picked up
Bo.
an extra
Gets
out.
more outs. 9 on the turn, no help. Bo needing a jack or a queen. Doesn't happen, and Fernando is going to get the full double up, putting him amongst the chip leaders. And Bo now on life support. So Bo just put a 3-bet there, just too much that he didn't want to give that one up, and decided to go ahead and hope that Fernando was doing that with maybe pocket jacks, 10s, 9s, give himself a coin flip situation, and get some much needed chips. And Fernando amongst the chip leaders.
Yeah, so a spot like that, the king queen off, it's not the value portion of your range. After all, you have king high. You're trying to figure out which hands you're ahead of. Can you get folds from better hands, and are you going to get value from worse hands? So you get an open from Tony, you 3-bet, and a guy 4-bets behind you. You start going down the ladder of hands. Which king highs do you beat?
Yeah.
Does he have king jack? Does he have king 10?
Could he be doing this in nines, eights, sevens, something I can at least be flipping against with
Yes.
equal equity? But I think when Tony folds behind you, I think that gives you even less incentive to continue on. Now, if
100%.
Tony's chips would have been in the middle, that would have made it even harder. But Bo here is going to pick up the next hand of ace nine suited, get in the last six bigs. Don't blame him. Ace nine suited. Jose in the small blind. King queen suited. It's about a quarter of a stack or a fifth of a stack here, roughly. And king queen suited. The best hand he's looked down at tonight. He does make that call. He knows that Bo could be steaming and have just any two cards here, Blaze.
Yeah. I mean, that's a part of it. Also, he has a hand, you know.
Yeah. Nassim, he's thinking about, ignore that it's an 8 deuce. He's thinking about the call just to have a 2v1 for elimination.
Yes.
And I don't hate it. I wouldn't have hated the call either, to be honest.
That would have been nice. Us against you, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point here. And it wasn't a ton of his chip stack, but 6, 6, 10 here. Two spades. Bo, definitely the perfect flop without hitting the ace. Ace, spade. There's the spade right there. It's going to get that one through. Bo woke up with a decent enough hand the very next one after unfortunately losing most of his chips to Fernando. Gets a little bit of it back. Make you feel a little bit better. Gets him the ability to fold a few hands now and see if he can spin it back up.
Yeah, still plenty of poker left. Bo finds a double, puts himself in a good position. Martin is now sitting on about, I guess,
8 bigs.
8 bigs,
Yeah.
something like that, 7.5.
While dealer Aiden is getting into the box there. Quick reminder for everybody, the Road to Vegas tournaments are this month, right after the series is over. Start looking forward to these. We have our Tournament of Champions on May 23rd. These are everyone that has won one of the eligible Road to Vegas events since March. And I don't know the count off the top of my head. I should have looked. But then 2 days right after the Tournament of Leaders, which is going to be your point leaders that people have been accruing, not necessarily winning the tournaments, but performing well. That will be the top 9 tournament leaders. So the Tournament of Champions, winner of that gets a $10,000 seat into the 2025 World Series of Poker main event, and then another $10,000 main event seat can be going to the winner of the Tournament of Leaders. So 2 tournaments, 2 main event seats. It's pretty exciting. And can't wait to see who takes those down.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I look forward to the Tournament of Champions. I lucked out one of my days off here at Kojak's. I started dealing.
Oh, you're in it. Look at that. I didn't know that. There you go. Johnny Blaze here. Might be getting a main event ticket at the end of the month.
That would be fun.
I'll commentate that.
Yeah. You can tell me how bad I am for once.
Bo here just raises it up. He got those chips, and he's putting them right back to work. Queen 8 suited, and it's going to work out in his favor. And he's going to pick up another 18,000 in chips there just in the blinds. So Bo going to climb back out.
So Bo's now in a position psychologically where he's kind of resigned to defeat, and he's going to go out swinging. Opening a hand like Queen 8 suited, that was an insta-fold 10 minutes ago. Whereas now he's like, well, I already decided to fight. I was about to bust out.
Yeah.
And
but he needs to take a look around the table. He's got 225,000 in chips, and he's going to be ahead of 3 other people. So he needs to reel it in a little bit, Bo. You're alive and well now, buddy.
Recalibrate and reframe yourself. It's always important in poker.
Yeah.
Whether you take a beat or you win a big pot, always recenter yourself and remember where you're at.
Yeah, but not quite yet. He's going to get the suited connectors, 8, 7 suited, and just limp in. The guy wants to gamble. And now Billy here, he's got 16 bigs, or less than 16, about 14, 13 bigs. Doing a little countdown here. Yeah, he is going to shove this in, ace, queen. With a really active player with Bo, he can't feel like the ace, queen's not going to be at the top of his range on that. Daryl, king 10 suited, very attractive. Not going to be able to call this one off. Rudy at 9-6 suited, going to throw that one to the muck as well. And we'll see if Bo is calibrated or not. If he calls this off, then we know that he's just ready to go play cash games and go after that flush frenzy. No, he's going to let it go. Okay. He still wants to play. Still wants to play tournament poker. So Billy there getting the jam through plus a little bit extra over the blinds. And I've seen him at a few final tables here last few months, 6 months or so, and I will say Billy, not only a very decorated tournament player, very good poker player, a cash game and tournament player, he has just not had the cards go his way when he's been on the screen when I've been commentating. I can honestly, genuinely say that he has not had a fair shake in the last several streamed tournaments that he's made it down to the end. The cards, he just hasn't caught anything. And so I'm really curious to see how he navigates this table, being one of the shorter-ish stacks, and hope the cards sort of cooperate with him for once.
Yeah, poker is a crazy game. You know, variance plays a huge role in it. There's a lot of players that are now well-known professionals, and if they had run uh, below average or terribly in the start, they would have quit and they would have just opted out of the game. And likewise, there's a lot of players that are no longer involved in poker, and because they couldn't get the cards to fall in their favor, they, you know, moved and gravitated away from the game and went into something else. So it's an interesting dynamic
It's
at play for sure.
definitely a mental game. Here Nassim in the cutoff, ace three offsuit, going to raise this one up, see if he can pick up some blinds. Fold there by Daryl. Rudy, ace jack suited. Already got some chips in the middle there in the small blind, 22,000. Not much out of his stack to make this call to see a flop. Ace jack's one of those hands you can get in a lot of trouble with against ace queens, ace kings, but he's got the diamonds as a backup. But a disciplined fold there for Rudy not to tangle with the big stack. That's what I was just about to say. Is that you don't necessarily want to get into the pot with the only other guy that can hurt you at the table right now, significantly. And Fernando could. Fernando's up there too, over 500,000, but there's no real reason to dive into the trenches right now.
No, that would be a huge mistake with so many short stacks. If you get involved in a pot and you get stacked in a position where you just have to put the chips in and you get coolered or you get dominated, anything like that, it's just a huge mistake. It's better to avoid those spots altogether.
Yeah, good fold. And I 100% guarantee that's what Rudy's final thoughts were that got him to fold that.
Mhm.
I think anybody else at the table, he would have definitely seen a flop
For sure.
and gambled a little bit there, but doesn't want to get, like you said, in a cooler situation with somebody who can, one of the only two that can actually eliminate you from the tournament. Hand number 22 folding around here. Nassim in the hijack. See if he wants to stay active with a little cute hand. Deuce 3 suited. I know he thought about it. You saw the tap. Fold around to the blinds. Bo with pocket sixes. Tony's going to shove him threes in front of him. An instant call by Bo there. So cooler there for Tony. Running in to it there with Bo. Bo is not in a position where he wants to fold right now. And so Tony going to be the one at risk here. Pocket threes against Bo's pocket sixes. Has live diamond working for him, and that is it. Dealer Aiden, 10, Jack, King. Some running chop outs here. Tony looking for a 3 and only a 3 to avoid being our 7th place finisher. 6 on the turn. That's going to be a deal breaker there. So, Mr. Tony, fantastic tournament player. I like that guy a lot. Really great attitude. Enjoyed Tony in the room. Going to be our 8th place finisher. And
Is that right? No, he's out in ninth.
Ninth place finisher, yeah.
You're 10-handed.
Yeah.
8 left.
Yeah. Some pull up here. I think it was a $1,200 for his efforts. $1,200 for Mr. Tony, who can take that and go make a run at that flush frenzy. $4,500 jackpot going on in the outer room.
Yeah, that is massive. That flush frenzy is a lot of fun. You can come in, have a good time, hang out, play some 1-2, and buy them for a couple $100 and have a chance at winning almost $5,000. By the end of the day, if it does not hit today, tomorrow it will be $5,000, which is a new watermark for us. Really exciting, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, you're playing poker like you would be normally, and you can just take home $5,000 just for being there playing. I mean, it's a heck of a reason to come play. You might as well come play poker just like you normally would and have a chance to win an extra. Like I said, right now I believe it's $4,500. So it'll be a $4,750 at 10 p.m.
Yeah, it seems innovative to me. I'm not sure if It was the brainchild of the leadership. You know, you and Michael Reese here at Kojax and the whole network you guys got. But man, it is a lot of fun. It generates action, brings in players, and hats off to you. That was a great idea.
Well, will tell you a bit of history about the flush frenzy. Right after this hand, Martin here in the big blind, going to put in the rest of his stack, ace nine offsuit as he should. Daryl, um, looks like Daryl might have either called. Looks like he might have raised with the king nine, trying to take advantage of Martin in the big blind there, not waking up with anything. So he 66,000, about a fifth of his chips. Counting it out, do you think he's priced in here with just two live cards? Hoping with two live cards.
Uh,
Five
no,
five bigs
no,
to
no.
him.
It's not strong enough. I think King 10 you can call, probably King Jack for sure you call. King Queen obviously call. King
Yeah.
9 is just on the cusp of
Yeah,
it.
he put in 25,000 already.
Wow.
Yeah, so 66 to go. Yeah, I knew it was going to be close for him. Hoping you just have two live cards, which he unfortunately does not. He's going to see the bad news with having ace nine. So Daryl here going to be looking for a lot of diamonds or a king or some straight cards to eliminate Martin. 4, 10, deuce, 2 diamonds on this flop. No help to either player. Daryl here looking for a king, or Martin's going to get the full double up. 5 of hearts on the turn. Looking to dodge a king and only a king. And an 8 on the river. Martin here going to get the much needed double up to stay alive here at this final table. So good on him to find a nice spot, being patient. Luckily waking up with a good hand in the big blind. Now, I'm going to tell you honestly, I've been asked quite a bit about the flush frenzy. Now, I will say two things. Did I come up with it? Yes. Did somebody else think of it before me? Probably. But I can genuinely say that I did not see a flush frenzy type thing anywhere. We started this journey almost 7 years ago, in this Texas poker scene, and quite frankly, promotions like that, casinos don't do crazy stuff like that. So I had no real thought about it. It was just something I was just thought about, just as a fun side game with our player supported jackpot. And so, did I come up with it on my own? Yes. Do I claim that no one's ever thought of that before? I can't say that because it's not like it's complete rocket science.
Right.
But it has definitely worked out well. We've been doing it for years across all markets. Uh, Depending on how much the player supported jackpot is dependent upon how long you have. Some markets you have all day to hit 4 flushes, and some markets you only have 4 hours. And I've seen it done in 45 minutes, and I've seen it last for a week and a half.
Yep.
And as long as it's progressive, people will stay and try to hit it. Now, I will say Kojak's, given the $100 for hitting 3 flushes, if you miss the window and you get 3, you get $100. That's brand new that we've started doing. This is the only market we're doing that at right now. And players really like that. At least get that, $100 bill just to ease a little bit of pain of being on the cusp of $4,000 to $5,000 and just falling it just short. But hey, at least you get a $100 bill to wipe the tears away with a little bit.
It's a nice idea. It's a soft letdown. It builds a lot of tension and excitement in the room. A lot of the players love sweating it together. When somebody hits it, the room cheers, and it makes the game a little bit more social. Poker can be very cutthroat. I think right now the culture and the nature of poker is a cutthroat game, and it's taken a lot away from the game itself. If poker, especially in Texas, can be turned into more of a social game, more of an excitement game where, we're still battling, we're still, you know, doing damage to each other, and sometimes you're the nail, sometimes you're the hammer, but overall we're having good conversations, we're having fun, and we're spending a couple hours together, chopping it up, getting to know each other. It can be a really good time, and it's a great pastime for sure.
It's absolutely alive and well here in Midland, Texas. Daryl here in the middle position, going to raise it up with King, Jack, and Fernando in the small blind, waking up with aces, 3-betting to 65. A tasty little sizing there. I do like that sizing. and it's going to bring Daryl along, Blaze.
Yeah. So, a sizing like that, um, in my opinion, man, he's gonna be in trouble here.
Yep, that's what I was just about to say. If we see a jack or king high flop, it could be trouble for Daryl. 172,000 left in the stack, almost a 1-to-1 pot size to stack ratio. Fernando here going to put the pressure there. Bet 50,000. Daryl cannot believe that he's good here. I think Daryl is an excellent, excellent player and can get away from this, Blaze. I mean, I know you got top pair, semi-wet board, king jack, but Fernando is just not the kind of guy to be three betting and then ripping, betting this flop with dedication. And you feel like your king jack is good here, Blaze.
Yeah. So everything stems from pre-flop, right? If you're gonna
Oh,
be,
he's gonna do it. Yeah, the pot to stack is
you
just
have
too
to.
much, man. The pot to stack was just too much. Has to go ahead and gamble with it. So Daryl here with the top pair, king, kicker, going to be looking for another jack or a king to go along with this here to stay alive here in this tournament. 8 on the turn, no help. Daryl here, king or a jack, and not going to happen.
So
And a guaranteed collective sigh of relief to see Daryl eliminated from this table. One of the most dangerous players here. Uh, Everyone disappointed to see him get knocked out, except these remaining guys, I promise you. A deadly, deadly player at the poker table.
yeah, Daryl has a wealth of experience. I remember when Kojak's first opened, he was one of the players that was brought in as a consultant to get the dealers up to par and that sort of thing. When I first started playing poker out here in Midland, Odessa, there was one of the home games that I used to go play at, and the player that was the best after I asked, the person that came up most often as the best player in town was Daryl.
Oh yeah, he's got the accolades to show for it, and like I said, definitely one of the most dangerous players at the table. Just the stack to pot size ratio was just too much to try to get away from that. Just in case, Fernando there had under pair or just trying to c bet and take that one down. But we're gonna see Mr. Daryl go out in seventh. I keep falling back
No,
here.
eighth place,
Eighth place.
1,400.
Eighth place, $1,400 for his efforts. Still a fantastic run with a lot more to go next week. Fernando is going to be putting these newfound chips to play. He's got over $750,000. Definitely the new chip leader. Going to put the pressure on the rest of these guys. Throws out a stack of blacks, committing them all in with the ace jack off suit. See Billy here and Jose not waking up with anything. So Fernando putting those new chips to work. This could be interesting, Blaze.
He's not scared to put chips in the middle. Um, as far as I can tell from his previous actions, he's going to be putting pressure with his big stack. I think he understands it. I don't know if he's a studied player or not, but he definitely understands what's going on here. For Daryl, those 5.5 bigs to be putting that in as a call off with King 9-0, that was a significant mistake. Something for him to definitely dig into and take a look at after the fact and post mortem. And then King Jack O, you'd rather have like 10-9 suited or Jack 10 suited or something like that, something that doesn't interact with the 3-bet range of Fernando. When you have King Jack O, if you hit a king and you're dominated, you're in a bad spot. If you hit a jack, he has plenty of ace jack in there, you're dominated, and it was a big mistake for sure. So he's gonna have to
We will see what Fernando does with
check those
those
out.
chips. Bo here going to limp in with the ace 7 suited. Martin's going to raise it up to 27,000 pocket sevens. Nassim 6-3, studying it like he's thinking about something. Looking at these stacks here, we have a limp in from Bo and a raise to Martin. Nassim with the 6-3 suited, definitely a creative live hand. He may be wanting to turn it up a bit here.
Yeah, Martin has been so conservative though. I don't like
good
to
fold.
continue.
I wouldn't have liked it there, a 3-bet. But Bo here, 15,000, going to make that call. Try to look for an ace or some spades. Martin looking for anything but an ace here. 6-5 deuce. That would have got Nassim in trouble. Gut shot top pair, way in, way behind. So a good fold there by Nassim. And now Bo's going to check it over to Martin, let him continue the betting lead, and he does pretty sizable there. About a pot size bet of 60,000. It looked like. Yeah, that's what it was. And Bo going to let that one go, not connecting any clubs. So Martin, some much needed chips there, puts him back over the about a quarter million there in chips. He's up about 40,000 on the final table. Started out kind of short, but has navigated the table well. Speaking of which, we can take a look at this table. Rudy going to be Fernando's going to be the biggest benefactor of the final table. Went from a short stack to the chip leader in some pretty sizable hands, still over 750,000. Rudy, your second hill climber with about 350,000 plus from what he came in with. Bo, obviously, and Billy down. But Nassim still floating right about even where he came and sat down with. And Jose and Martin only about 100,000 swing. And like I said, it's 7 players left. And I think everybody's navigating pretty well.
Yeah.
Jose here on the button, Queen 5. See if he makes a button move here. Looks like he's contemplating it. Might have the same thoughts. Not as good size. Let that one go. A good thing because Nassim's going to put pressure on Rudy's big blind and probably raise this one up with the pocket 8s.
The second and the third biggest stack, there's a lot of incentive to be very careful in a pot like this. Let's see how they continue.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of guts to bet into a stack that can really put a hurt on you, but you really can't do much else but raise with pocket 8s. And we've seen Rudy disengage from Nassim earlier. Jack 10, very tempting. Let's see what the P made at 28,000. Rudy may see a flop here, only 16,000 with 12 already out there, and he does like to go ahead and throw that in there. So let's see if he picks up, unfortunately, like a drawing hand or something where he has to commit more chips to this pot. But I guarantee you both of these players are walking very carefully right now. There's just Gin. How about just Gin? 8 deuce deuce top boat here for Nassim. And he's going to lead out, Johnny.
Yeah, hopefully he goes real small. So a lot of players will look at this board and say, I have it locked up. I'm going to go ahead and check. I do prefer that as an option for this hand specifically. Now, for his range on an 8 deuce deuce board, it's hard for Rudy to have anything. And so for your entirety of your range, if you bet small on this board, you're going to generate a ton of folds.
But you see here's what I was worried about. Rudy may just see Nassim just having big cards.
Yep.
That king's going to hurt Nassim. Rudy's going to give Nassim credit for a lot more kings here. And this is a good check by Nassim. So Rudy may take the opportunity to try to represent that king. But he doesn't. He goes check, check, ace on the river. That's definitely not a good card for Nassim. Thinks it is. We see that it's not. It's a great run out for typical opponents, letting them catch an ace or king, but we see that it's no help. He's going to give Rudy some ropes, try to get some more chips, and it's going to work as Rudy reaches. Counting out pink chips there. It looks like he's going to bet 40,000 maybe. No, 43, 44? No, he decided against it. Great move there by Rudy, and sees that he would have kissed anything he put across that line goodbye. So, that hand didn't have a whole lot to it. But if you go back and look at that hand and those two players and the situations, there was a lot going on in that hand, Blaze, as far as chip stacks, playing your opponent, just one little level higher of thinking. Like you said, the seam leading out on that flop, most people would say, oh, my God, why didn't he check?
Right.
But playing against someone like Rudy, Rudy's going to be one of those players that knows you're going to do that with any ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks, anything like that. And so he may come along just to float with a jack-10, pick up a lot of good turn cards, an 8 or a queen or a 9, and put himself to hopefully, still outrun, even if you have just big cards, ace-king, ace-queens. And so I think there was a lot going on in that hand.
There was definitely a lot going on in that hand. Yeah, Rudy, once he calls pre-flop, he's basically setting himself up for a battle, and the small bet will get a lot of calls from Nassim because Nassim has an image as an aggressive player, and so he is not only betting when he has it, he bets regardless.
Yeah,
and
that sort of image helped him up there. Billy here in the hijack and ace-jack suiting and raise it up to 34,000. It's one of the bigger bets we've seen. Blinds are 8 and 16. So it's not that big to the blinds, but they're starting to climb up, and so you're just going to so those raises. You're going to see them have more value, even though the X goes down. And glad to see Billy's still there. Looked like he was struggling there for a moment, but he's slowly pulled it back together. Puts him at the 200,000 chip mark. Our short stack currently, Jose, 163. I've seen him on stream quite a bit. Jose's run really deep in a lot of our stuff over the years. But today's final table, he just hasn't had anything to work with, Blaze.
Yeah, that's the way that the cards fall. Sometimes you're not going to pick up any spots where you can chip up, as long as you stay patient. And sometimes it pays off. Sometimes you run into it. It's
Yeah.
the nature of the game. But he's definitely a strong player and someone to always be careful with. He's a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. And, when you have Billy on his right, who's been sort of could go off at any time because of the chip stack, and then the chip leader on your left, he's been sort of handcuffed for too much maneuvering, you know. Folds on around to Rudy on the button with a king 10 offsuit. Made a try to pick up some blinds here, reaching for some chips. Looks like he's betting 32,000 into this one. Bo 8, 7 offsuit, throws it into the muck, and Martine, queen 8, not going to be able to work with that, and so Rudy's going to pick up a round of blinds.
I think Rudy has one of the best buttons on the table right now, opening into the big blind. Martin, who is shown himself to be one of the more conservative players at the table, who is not trying to gamble or get involved or do too much battling. He will be able to pick up quite a bit of chips by opening wide on his button. Bo cannot do too much. Fernando is going to battle him. He is the newly acquired chip leader. I would like for some recalibration to be done by Nassim and Rudy. They're no longer chip leading, and they have a lot of incentive to slow down and not get involved with speculative hands. You know, the 6-3 suited, that should not have been a consideration at all
No.
from Nassim. Maybe earlier in the day, but not
Yeah,
anymore.
just a slight thought there. Let's the 10-6 go. Ace-6 suited for Rudy here in the cutoff. Now, again, like you just said, he's got a tough position here once he is in the cutoff with the chip leader, but does go ahead and open this one up to 35 to see how much the chip leader wants to battle. Luckily for him, Fernando doesn't wake up with anything, and so Rudy's going to pick up another set of blinds there. But he's got to be a little bit careful because, like you said, he's got a great button, but he's got a terrible cutoff position whenever you're going against the big stack and the big blind.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to make your raises a little more significant than a min because the call to stack ratio is going to be way in Fernando's favor, and he's going to call you lighter, which can come back to bite you, even if you have a premium.
Definitely. So there's two ways to look at that. If you open a little bit bigger, you're extending your stack more, and it increases the pot geometrically. So if you go instead of a 2x open, you're going 2.5x. All the bets on the flop and the turn, and of course the river, are going to be so much bigger percentage of your stack.
Yeah, the pot to stack is going to catch up to Rudy way faster than it will Fernando, and overextend himself for sure. Nassim looks like he's been chomping at the bit, but he's still laying down king 10 offsuit. That's good. Rudy here, 7 deuce, would love to continue the heater, but lets it go. Bo here on the button might try to make somewhat a move. He does reach for chips.
Wow, he's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to see if he can pick on some blinds here at being the cutoff. See if Fernando's still in a folding mood.
That's pretty brave. That's pretty brave. Bo is he's more of a cash game player and a field player, and he's not scared to get involved with hands like that. You know.
Oh, yeah. Well, he had the right feeling there as the blinds don't wake up with anything and gets some very valuable blind chips for him. Puts him close to the 300,000 mark. He's getting more comfortable, definitely way than he was when he lost his stack earlier. And that 300,000 is going to be a big enough stack to make a dent in any of these players, not just put out the others. And so his chips are definitely going to carry some more weight. Dealer Robert here is sitting in the box. Dealing out hand number 32 here of this final table. You know, if you'd have told me that we would be seven-handed, and Daryl wouldn't be one of them. I don't know that I would have taken that bet, Blaze. He's such a good player. These players are definitely happy for his absence.
Yeah, whenever I see Daryl bust out of a tournament, I'm never too disappointed. I'll be honest.
Jose here finally picking up a hand in the big blind and no action. Looks like he got the walk with pocket eights. Like I said, we'll see if his cards turn around. He's been in sort of a handcuffing situation when Billy was starting to need to make moves, and the chip leader on his left. See if some cards wake up in his favor. Start being able to make some moves and get some chips involved here. Rudy away from the table, not missing anything there. Over to Martin in the hijack. Not waking up with anything. Billy 10-3 on the button. No good help there. Fernando Jack 10 actually acting before him. He's reaching for some chips here in the cutoff. Got to put some of them to work. Looks like he bet 31, 32, 35. Yeah, 2 pink chips. And Nassim looking down at King Deuce offsuit. Not going to be able to defend this hand. Posturing just for a moment, like we discussed earlier. You don't want to let them think they're too easy to push around in the big blind. And does let it go. So perfectly done there. And,
very well done.
Fernando back over that 750,000 in chips. I don't let me pull up here. We've got 2.6 million chips in play, and so average stack is going to be about 380 with 7 players, and like I said, Fernando there with 750,000. Double the average, definitely in a good position now. As it folds around to him, looking down at Jack 3, he's going to let this one go. Billy, unless he wants to make a move here in the cutoff, does not. Jose, ace-8 suited on the button. You want to you 2x this one, Blaze?
No, that's his moment. You got to put it on.
Just all in there, yeah. It would have been too much of a quarter of a stack. Nassim with an ace, but does he want to call off a quarter, about a fifth of his stack with a dead ace?
I'm curious if this is a technical call. An ace is really powerful in a spot like this. Maybe strategically, it might be a fold.
Yeah, the only reason I lay it down is because Jose has not been very active. He's definitely picking a spot here, and so you're dead to any ace and 1 over to any pair. So good fold there by Nassim. Like I said, you can argue the math and the odds at any point there, but at the end of the day, you have to know your environment. And Jose has been fairly quiet, and so you know he's not doing this with King X very often. And so you just have to go ahead and lay that one down. And welcome Rudy back to the table. And that might have been a factor too. Rudy was away for his big blind.
No, I think he just got up to check his phone.
Did he? Okay, because I knew he was gone a moment ago. I didn't know if he had made it back yet. I didn't get to see him fold. He must have done it with a quickness. But that could have been a pretty snipey play there while the big blind is away. Hand number 36, Billy pocket sixes in at the hijack, reaching for some chips.
11 bigs.
Now he goes ahead and puts it all in there. 176,000 going across the line with pocket sixes. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything. Still a pretty good, significant amount of chips to a lot of these stacks. Bo, unfortunately, not able to protect his big blind, lets it go. But I'm telling you, I've been watching. A lot of your tournament pros are talking more about getting into the shove range with more than just your standard 10. They start doing it when they're around 15, 16, 17, because the increased fold equity you have on other people's chip stacks. So I think it's a thing.
So the way you got to look at it is like when you're looking at a hand matrix, which people refer to them as ranges, is what portion of that hand matrix you're going to be applying to your game. There are buckets within that hand range, and you utilize those differently. They're like tools.
Oh, yeah.
So you can use some hands in that range where you could just go ahead and open shove, and it makes money in the long term. Strategically is a different question. Also, your environment, like you alluded to earlier, is a big part of that equation. There's a lot to think about, and it's not black and white. Poker's is a lot of
Yeah.
it exists in the gray areas.
Well, the long story short of it is it comes down to two things. If your hand is too strong, you're not getting any realized equity.
Right.
And if it's too weak, you're only going to get called by what crushes you.
Right.
And so that's the kind of the balance you have to walk if you're going to go to a larger blind level shove position. If you're going to open yourself up to that to shove for more earlier than letting yourself get too short, is if it's a great hand, you're not going to get any equity out of it. And if it's not a good hand, the only thing that's calling you when you push in that many blinds has you crushed. So it's a fine line to walk, but I think the mentality of it is more for the players that are going for that first place. They're not worried about seventh, sixth, fifth.
Right.
They are getting they want to build and go for first, and I think Billy is definitely one of those guys. Nassim here is open to two hands in a row here. This one 9-8 suited, 35,000, folds around to Fernando in the big blind. Again, tough spot for Nassim to be raising into the chip leaders at big blind. Only 19,000 more for him to call with King 10 offsuit.
He's going to meet some resistance here.
Yeah, and I think Nassim's picked an okay hand for that. The suited connectors definitely can pull ahead of a lot of better hands that call you. Unfortunately, this is not one of them. No diamonds for Nassim. Fernando does check it over to him. Let's see if he continues the aggression. The bet sizing is going to be everything here. Only 30,000. I'm not familiar enough with Fernando to know that if he thinks that Nassim could be making a move here, but how much would I love to see a 3-bet to about 100?
That would be amazing. But he can. I mean,
Only because I like Nassim. I like Nassim, so I want to see him in a blender.
yeah. Yeah, see, he is usually the person that is putting people in blinders,
Exactly,
that man.
exactly.
Crazy.
Like I said, it's a great play by Nassim, but boy, I would have loved to see 100 right back at him.
Another thing to keep in mind, this tournament does not have an anti-structure, and without an anti-structure, there is not as much incentive to get involved with the big blind as often. It changes the math significantly. Also, how often you're going to be attacking from late positions. There's not as much dead money in the pot,
Yeah.
and so everything starts shifting.
Yeah.
It's all about incentives, really.
Jose here under the gun, King Queen offsuit, going to put in his 143,000. Nassim not waking up with anything, and neither is Rudy. Folds around all the way to the button. Martin not having anything. Fernando suited little gapper there into the muck, and Billy not having anything. So good timing there for Jose to pick up some blinds from under the gun to survive another orbit without any pain, which is the key to tournaments.
Yeah.
Later on,
Yeah.
when the blinds start getting bigger, you're just trying to pick up orbits.
hmm Yeah, picking up the blinds is the name of the game. You got to chip up slowly without putting your stack at risk, and that is the ideal scenario for a player. Um, Fernando has a significant lead right now. Nassim has pulled into second place in chips. At the very bottom is Jose, Billy, and Martin. Jose at the very bottom and Billy and Martin are basically neck and neck. Those two really have to have a strong hand to be continuing
Yeah.
because of Jose's short stack.
Yeah, and he's going to pick up another small blind there as it's walked around to him. Hand number 40. There's still 7 players left. We're playing down to 1 with you here. $9,000 up top. Next person out, 7th place, $1,600. So the gap gets pretty big. The top 3 spots are your big ones: $3,700 for third, $5,500 for second, and $9,000 up top. Martin in the hijack, very good-looking hand. Queen 10, reaching for some raising chips. Looks like making a min raise to 32,000.
See, he's got 11 bigs.
Yeah.
Decides to go for a min open.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Jose is going to wake up with a good one here. Ace Queen, and he's reaching for his chips, Blaze.
Yeah, he's not doing anything but shoving.
Yep, there he goes. Nassim saying, "Please give me a hand," even though I guarantee you in his head he's saying, "Please don't give me a hand." He's going to sit here in Hollywood for just a moment and throw this one into the muck. Can't call it off after Martin is raised already, knowing that Martin is definitely going to have to call this off as the two short stacks battle it out into the muck. And Martin here going to put in the rest of his chips. Or no?
No,
No, he folded. Hey,
he's not.
that's a good fold. I didn't
100%.
expect it. I really didn't expect it. I think it's a good fold. He made a stab, tried to pick up some blinds.
Hmm.
No reason to hang your hat then when you've come this far on Queen 10.
Right.
So,
He still has 9 bigs left. That's plenty to get involved with. You can double that up.
yeah.
You're middle of the pack again. You're investing 2 big blinds to try and pick up 1.5,
Yeah.
which it's pretty good value proposition.
No,
If you face resistance, you know that they're not messing around.
yeah. And Justin on YouTube, how many chips are in play? A total 2.6 million, almost 2.7 million in chips. 2.7 is basically the math you can use for that to see the distribution here. And I say quite a few viewers across all the platforms, so we appreciate everyone for tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. My name is Reese here with Johnny Blaze, bringing you this final table. We had 108 entries into this event, our mini main event, a $360 entry. I thought we had a great showing considering it's Mother's Day weekend. It's hard to get poker players out on Mother's Day weekend, Blaze.
Yeah, yeah, definitely 100%.
And but you know, you had the WPT at Choctaw. You have a lot of events going on, so it's hard to dodge everything. So the mini main unfortunately kind of came into Mother's Day weekend, but still had a great turnout. And shout out to all the mothers out there for letting their sons and husbands play poker this weekend and getting this tournament prize pool up to $32,000. It's actually a $25,000 guarantee. And I will say, I'm going to say it, and I hope he's listening. Charlie and I did a live stream on Friday, and I said it. I'm predicting a $32,000 prize pool. And Charlie
Did you
said
really?
33.
That's crazy.
You can go back on Facebook and find the live. I called it $32,000 prize pool. Have to rub that in it to my boy Charlie. And his defense, I'll give his defense. That fantastic flush frenzy that we have going on, there was another player who had 3 flushes, and he is an adamant tournament player, and that man loves to fire bullets. And he had 3 out of the 4 flushes for a $4,000 pot, and he opted to not play in one of the flights because he had 3 out of the 4 flushes. And Charlie says if that hadn't happened, he would have been right. And I have to agree with him, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I called it. So $32,000 up top for this total prize pool, $9,000 up top of these 7 players here. Next elimination is 1,600. Nassim going to raise his button, put pressure on Bo in the big blind. 5-9 queen. Nassim flopping middle pair here to Bo's top pair with an instant check. Nassim may ship some chips here.
Yeah,
See C-bets on this flop.
this is going to be trouble.
No, yeah, he bet 30,000. Snap call by Bo. Ace on the turn is going to slow Nassim down and save him some chips, Blaze.
He might use it.
Oh, yeah, he does use it. You're absolutely correct. That's an $80,000 bet. And that ace might actually scare Bo, to be honest with you, because Nassim, the aces are in Nassim's range, not Bo's.
Exactly. He also has a lot of 5x that he's just getting value from. He has the straight draws that he can barrel off of the hand. If he can generate folds from the queen X, then he's in a great spot. Bo,
Bo's just a stubborn camper, though.
he is very stubborn. Look at him. Just look at him. That's a stubborn
He
person.
just does not want to believe that Nassim has an ace there. But unfortunately, Bo's only got 200,000, and so Nassim has basically put him at a choice with his whole stack here.
I wonder if he's going to eyeball Nassim. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. He,
Start talking to him.
yeah,
I wonder what he's saying.
yeah. This bet here is basically committing Bo to the remainder of his stack on this river. If you're going to call it off on the turn, doesn't matter really what the river is. If you think he doesn't have an ace, then your queen is still going to be good. And he's going to look back one time. That usually means fold, Blaze.
Yeah, that's tournament pressure for you.
Yep.
Shows
He
him the
shows
queen.
the queen, lets him think that he got lucky, but in fact, Nassim just did good representation there.
Oh, so there
And
you go.
great betting there by Nassim to build his stack up, trying to get closer to Fernando.
I love the no-show. You know, Nassim used to have this thing where whenever he would outplay people or steal pots away from him, he'd always throw it in their face, and that's not the best policy. Maybe if you can do it strategically every now and then to try and get in people's heads,
Yeah,
sure. But
yeah.
when you're doing it every time and just showing people how good you think you are, and you're just making it like a flex, that's a bit of a disrespect, and it's also giving too much information away. So I like the
The
disciplined
no-show
pot.
there, yeah. Fernando here under the gun, chip leader, ace queen suited, reaching from raising chips there. Looks like he didn't make it too much, just 37. But Billy's gonna wake up with ace king, and here we go. He's gonna put in all his 176,000. And man, I think Fernando might have to call this off.
He's gonna get action from
And
Fernando for sure.
and Billy's gonna love the pre-flop odds here. Couldn't get it in much of a better position. 139,000 to Fernando.
You have the big stack, and you have a callable hand, frankly.
Yeah, it's a decent chunk of his stack, but like I said, you have to gamble at some point in these tournaments here. So 50-50 on whether or not he's going to call this off, and it's only because if you can put your opponent on ace king, you can see him there counting his chips now. It's at about 140, so about a fifth of his chips here. He's going to look down one more time, and if he looks down again and sees that it's very prettily suited, he may have to make this call. He's doing the math. This guy, he's got his tournament chops. Even if he doesn't get to play very often, like you mentioned, he definitely knows where he's at and what he's doing in this moment.
Yeah, the way he carries himself,
Yeah,
and
yeah, and he's shaking his head there. He knew that was the only hand he didn't want to see turned over was ace king. So huge spot here for Billy, just looking to dodge any queens or lots of clubs, getting a much needed double up courtesy of the chip leader there. Like I said, I don't blame Fernando at all for that call there. Billy could have jacks or less pairs there every day. 7-7 deuce, very safe flop here for Billy. Fernando looking for a queen or a deuce to chop this pot. The turn, and 8, no help. 8 or deuce to chop the pot. A queen to eliminate a very strong player does not happen, and Billy's going to get the full double up there, 376,000. And if I'm the table, I'm getting scared, Blaze.
yeah, it's a problem. It is a problem. He's back in the middle of the pack. It shortens Fernando's stack significantly. Now Nassim is the chip leader. Fernando's about neck and neck with Rudy. Dynamics have shifted. Something to be constantly paying attention to in these final tables is how the pots affect chip stacks, and how that should change your strategy moving forward and your dynamics. You always have to be readjusting or recalibrating your strategy and what kind of hands you're going to be using moving forward. And so paying attention really is key.
Yeah, I think I don't think that pot's going to affect Fernando that much. I think he's still got plenty of chips. He did the math at least twice. I saw him count, so I think he's very well aware of where he would be standing if it didn't go his way, and in fact, it didn't. So I don't think we're going to see too much of a down spiral on him at all. But interesting to see what kind of position Billy puts himself in now that he's got a formidable stack.
Yeah, Billy is going to be a problem now. He's very patient. Is great at making folds post flop. Great at making call downs, and he has a good sense, a good poker sense, and intuition for the game.
Martin there unopposed with the same ace queen, picking up some blind, a big blind there out of Fernando. So 45 hands deep into this final table. We knew the blinds were low when we started. We had flight B end really early, so there's been plenty of room for poker action, and we have not been let down. Lots and lots of viewers across all three platforms. We appreciate each and every single one of you. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting on here on this final table. It's been entertaining. There's been a lot of good poker being played so far, and I expect nothing less here. I enjoy poker where the blinds don't necessarily dictate the poker. I like to let poker be poker. And so I'm always a fan of the blinds being small, but they are going to get bigger, and things are going to happen. This hand here, it could be one of them. I don't see Billy doing too much here. Bo raised it up to 50,000, but Billy's just going to make the call. Wanted to see a flop out of position against Bo with the ace king. 10, 20,000, 110,000 in the pot. Bo with 148,000. I don't think it matters what this flop is. You're going to see Bo's chips go in here if Billy checks plays. He just made a good sized bet. Billy's going to let that one go. So a little pickup there from Bo.
50K C bet. Okay, I like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I figured he would just put in the rest of it with the pot to stack ratio. I think I've said pot to stack ratio a lot today. Tell them what that means, Blaze.
Pot to stack ratio is the relative size of the stack in reference to your stack. So say there's 100K in the middle, you have 200K in your stack, it's a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. That changes where the leverage points are within the hand, what street you're going to be stacking off on. If the stack to pot ratio is, say, on the flop 1-to-1, there's 100K in the middle and you have 100K in your stack. If you have top pair, you're not going to be betting small and trying to get Q. You just kind of have to go with it and put it in. Top pair is worth a lot more. If the stack to pot ratio is massive, say it's 10-to-1, and you have top pair on the flop, it's not worth as much because by the river, the hands that are going to be calling you down, they're not going to be one pair hands. They're going to be two pair hands. They're going to be straights. They're going to be things that are a lot more powerful. And so stack to pot ratio is a big part of the game and something to definitely pay attention to and look into.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the things I like. Any aspiring tournament players out there that even if you enjoy them casually or you want to try to get better, pay attention to chip stacks at the table, pay attention to what the pot is, and make sure that you are putting the proper amounts at risk for the reward versus your hand strength. And that's pretty much what it all boils down to. And if you can keep an eye on those things in tournament poker, you'll automatically be a better tournament player.
Yep.
Rudy here, who's been kind of quiet, finally pocket jacks under the gun, going to raise for some racing chips here. Looks like he's betting 45,000. Blinds are 10 and 20 now. 10 and 20, so things are starting to get significant here. See if anybody wakes up with anything to battle with. Jose and Nassim not waking up with anything, so Rudy there going to pick up some blinds with the pocket jacks. Nassim doing the standard, like we suggested, Hollywood to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Show a little bit of pushback and then put it in the middle.
He does that a lot. Rudy does that a lot. They're both.
It's a very good move.
It is great.
Yeah.
It is. It sets a certain feeling in the other players.
Oh yeah.
And it's worth something.
Don't want to seem like you can be pushed around that easy. We've got some Nassim and Billy fans, Fernando fans. I've seen a few of those in the chat. Samuel saying switch from Facebook to watch it on TV. Nothing wrong with that. Lay back, easy, and watch this final table on the big screen. $9,000 is what these players are playing for up top. A $32,000 prize pool in this Texas Mini Main. $360 entry at the halfway point of the West Texas Poker Championship Series here at Kojak's. All next week is the big boy tournaments, and I'm excited, Blaze.
Yeah, next week is going to be something. I'm excited to see the turnout and how it all unfolds. It's going to be a big one.
Jose here on the button, going to try to steal away some blinds, raising it up with Queen Jack suited, 45,000. Nassim 10-9 offsuit. Probably not going to defend that with Rudy behind him, but you may see Rudy complete here. He's got over $500,000 in chips. Queen 10 suited. A lot of interesting things can happen here against premiums with Queen 10. So he's going to grab a black chip there and see a flop. Tough position, but doesn't know it. Queen 10 suited versus Queen Jack suited. Robert to the flop. Ace 7-10, two hearts. A flush draw here for Jose. Bottom pair for Rudy. Let's see how this hand continues here. Very interesting. Let's see how careful Jose steps against someone who can take him out on a draw here.
Bets small.
Small, yeah, about a quarter pot here. And it's not a super attractive flop for Queen 10. 25,000 isn't that much, so he does go ahead and commit it in there. So Jose now probably knowing that he needs a heart or a gut shot straight Broadway. 4 of spades on the turn doesn't change anything. It does go a quick check. Jose gets the heart for free on the river, and I think Rudy's going to sniff this one out if Jose bets anything here.
Yeah,
the front door flush getting there.
Yeah, there's not much reason for him to call a bet here on the river.
No. It's only 40,000 though. Only 40,000. That's about as attractive as offer as Jose can put out on the table for Rudy just to look him up. But the front door flush, like I said, did get there. Um he's always going to bet that flush draw on that flop. Let's see if Rudy can suss this out.
I think a really nice bet would be to bet um, everything except for 20K, leave yourself a big blind behind, and bet the rest of it. It looks like you're just trying to survive just in case you get caught with a bluff.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
That would be a cute bet.
he's only got 84,000 behind. You know, he bet a third of
Yeah,
his stack here on
it's
this river. It's so strong, even though it's so small. And let's see if Rudy can pick up on this. And he does go ahead,
he
Vice.
calls
So
off.
Jose found the perfect bait to reel in Rudy there onto that river. I think Rudy was just contemplating the call for the price of the education to see how Jose would play that hand, and he received his diploma.
he got he got the info. That was a great price that he had to pay. And you're right. Just to see the showdown, to see what he's betting on the flop with, what he's checking turn with. And
It's a thing. I've done it myself.
yeah.
Just say I'm going to kiss these chips away, but I'm going to get an education out of it, and I think that's what Rudy was doing there. The pot was just a little too much, but I think he didn't. I'm pretty sure he knew that he wasn't good there very often, but Rudy still has 450,000 in chips, plenty here to continue on with normal poker. Hand at number 50 is going to fold around to Nassim on the button, 7-4 offsuit. See if he wants to try to pick up some blinds. Does not. Rudy, King 8 suited, just makes the call. Bo's going to check his option, so we're going to see a limped pot here. Very dangerous in tournament poker. Ace, Queen, 7, Rainbow. Bottom pair for Bo. Checks over to him, and he's going to make a bet here. Rudy with a few running cards, not going to go chasing him, and Bo's going to pick up a full big through his big blind.
One thing about Bo, he's very confident in his reads, and he's not scared to get involved. Flops a pair there, understands that it's very hard to flop a pair, goes ahead and bets it, does not bet timidly, bets with confidence, and that just shows how much experience the man has, and I do respect that a lot about Bo in his game.
Well, he's definitely been on the largest roller coaster of the day so far. Came in decently, got real low, went a little off the rails, got it back, and has been kind of chilling ever since. That's what you have to do. You have to, like you said, reel it in, recenter, refocus, and Bo's way more than capable of that. Now it's folded over to Nassim 9-4. He lets that one go. Rudy with kings on the button. Bo with Queen Jack in the small blind. Let's see what kind of sizing Rudy makes it here. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He went a little too big there.
He just jams.
He just put them both at the choice of their stacks. It is what it is. You're basically committing Martin to anything. Might have reeled a little bit of value out of Bo, but at this stage of the game also, you just pick up the blinds and move on. It is what it is.
Yeah, you have a lot of expectations with hands like aces and kings and ace king and such, and so people like to force it because they've lost pots with those hands that they had high expectations for, and they tell themselves, if I had just gone all in, I wouldn't have lost that pot.
Right.
I think that's flawed logic, and you're missing out on a ton of value. That is a hand like aces that's strong enough to even flat on a button in a position like that. I would like to see a 2x open from him. But again, just different.
Well, we saw it earlier with Daryl. Daryl had King Jack and flop top pair just to get him straight in trouble with it.
Yep.
And that could have happened easily if they had seen it flop there with the kings. But now let's see how Bo plays his kings. Raises it up to 60,000, but unfortunately, no one's going to have anything to battle, so it didn't matter for him on that one.
Yeah.
But if he had just made an attractive raise pre-flop, Bo might have been in the same position where he saw a queen or a jack high flop, and Rudy could have collected all those chips. So it's a double-edged sword. You want to make it big enough to get everything out and try to get some value, but if you make it too big, you don't get any value from it.
You want to let in the hands that are weaker into the pot. The reverse is the logic of I should have gone all in. Is that you're letting weaker hands into the pot, and when they beat you, which is a rarity, it feels so terrible that you would rather go all in and just not lose those pots. But
Right.
you can
Yeah.
also collect a bunch of chips from them, even stack them and take their entire stack if you just let in a lot of those weaker hands and give them a good price
Yeah.
on continuing.
And Rudy here keeping up the heat. Pocket deuces raising up to 65. 3x there with pocket deuces. Bo going to make the call with pocket nines in the cutoff. Martin, nothing
It's
on the button, folds through the blinds. They are gone. So deuces versus nines and $160,000 pot there, Blaze. This pot got pretty big with that 3x raise.
yeah.
Tough flop for both of them. Ace, ace, queen. Pocket deuces versus pocket nines. Rudy's going to, looks like he checked his option. Bo's going to check it behind. 10 on the turn, not a board either one of these players want to get involved in. Check, check again on the turn. The 3 of diamonds on the river. No change. Pocket nines is still going to be ahead. Rudy just wants to get to a showdown. Going to see the bad news as Bo had a pocket nines. And that pot was a little bit bigger than it should have been there, Blaze.
Yeah, the sizing is a big part of poker as a language and poker as a as a strategy game. It influences all the decisions moving down the hand, and it influences the size of the pot. And with a hand like pocket deuces, you do not want to be playing a hand, or you don't want to be playing a pot that's super inflated. Every single flop that exists is going to be having overs
Mm-hmm.
or several overs. Sometimes you flop a set, and even if you flop a set, you're not allowing in the hands that can make pairs that you can stack into the pot because you're going 3x. I
Yeah.
think he went like 3.2x or something
Yeah.
like that crazy. So just a mistake, something to learn from for sure.
Yeah. The blinds are 10 and 20,000. The chip lead right now, and the seam still has it 680. And then Fernando still has that second in chips position, just under 500,000 in chips. Rudy not far behind with 400,000 in chips. Bo has crept up slowly. He's almost 400,000 in chips himself. Martin, the only one that hasn't been able to get any steam here at this final table, still sitting around that 120,000 mark. Needing to pick up a hand here pretty soon. The Kings are still alive in Bo's hand and made a call limped in with Kings. So now we're going to see the opposite at play
There
here.
we go.
King, Jack 10, top set here for Bo, 4 deuce for Jose. Scary-ish flop for a set of Kings. Queen on the turn, now that turns your Kings way down.
Scary turn.
Yeah, and, unfortunately, Bo didn't raise here, so he can't put Jose on anything.
Oh my God.
Straight on the board, and 4 deuce just gets there to get his money back. And Bo's just not going to like that at all. But
He doesn't lose anything.
no, that's what I was going to say. At that point, the hand ended up just kind of where it needed to be.
Yeah.
That's a hard flop to bet, even if it is top set. You can put your opponent to a test a little bit, but again, uh, trying to exercise pot control. He's just gotten these chips. There's a lot of good turns for him with the top set that could still get him paid off if he was on a spade or a straight draw. And then by the time the straight just comes on the river, now you're just check it down, get your money back, and go to the next one. It just never was a great situation for Bo in that hand.
He if anything he should have bet the flop.
Just to kind of see where he was at. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of targets. You're targeting 10x, you're targeting Jack X, Queen X. Once the turn peels off, of course, everything's different.
Yeah. Now
But
you're just trying to get to showdown at that point.
yeah,
Some more big hands between these two. Under the gun, Rudy, ace, king. Let's see what he made at that 3x again. Bo's going to call it down again. Pocket nines. Martin, get out of the way. It is the Bo and Rudy show the last few hands. But Jose now here in the small blind. Less for him to call with pocket tens. You got to call this off here to set mine, I think.
man, this is an interesting spot.
I don't think you can. I mean, you've been seeing a lot of action out of Rudy and Bo, but I don't think you really need to raise it here.
The thing is, you saw the hand show down with the pocket deuces where he opened to similar sizing,
Yeah.
and Bo flatted with the pocket. What was it, nines?
But my only issue is he's got 300,000 in the stack. It's 60,000 to call, and anything else you raise, yeah, it's either all in or just call.
Right.
There's no real good raising window here. Nassim with a good hand, but definitely shouldn't get involved with raise a flat and an all in coming to him, but he'll posture here for a moment. We're going to be going on a break here pretty quickly, so that may play a factor in. Nassim may look at that clock. Yep, there he is.
Yep.
It's like, oh, it's almost break time. I'm going to lay this down. That's a thing. I'm telling you, I called it. It's a thing.
100%. 100%.
And he'll see that it's on break and let that one go. Rudy here is never going to lay down ace king, and now the decision really rests on Bo. He's got a decent stack. This is a monster pot. If he calls this off, we're looking at a chip leading pot, but it's hard to believe that pocket nines is ever going to be best here, and you're not going to like any flops.
No, Bo's is a clear cut fold. Rudy has a clear cut call, and it's just one of those spots where the chips get in, and we got a flip situation on our hands.
Yeah, Jose, the one that will be at risk with 319,000 of his chips in the middle, and Rudy, if he does make this call, won't have a couple 100,000 left behind, and he does make that call. And Bo folds in disgust, but excellent fold there by him. And so Jose at risk, but ahead. A $718,000 pot. This would be for the chip lead. Pocket tens of Jose, getting some support there from Nassim. It's out of his hands now, up to the dealer. Rudy looking for an ace or a king to eliminate Jose in 7th place. Jack 4-6, no help to either player. Pocket tens still wide ahead here. Rudy still looking for an ace or a king to the turn. 6, nothing going. 6 outs here for Rudy to eliminate Jose, or Jose will stay alive with a healthy stack. And there it is, massive, massive $700,000 pot, Blaze.
Yeah,
The
that's
patience
huge.
has paid off.
He was the short stack for the longest time, and now he is
Chip leader.
yeah, he is chip leader.
Yeah, it's like I said, he hadn't gotten any cards, hasn't been able to make much moves given the chip stacks that were around him, so he was been sort of handcuffed. And I think we're going to get 1 or 2 more hands before the players go on a 10-minute break. But the dynamics have shifted, Blaze.
Quite a bit, quite a bit. See, sizing plays a big role in a situation like that when you guys are all so short collectively as a table in terms of big blinds. If you're opening 3x, the way I think about every hand, it's kind of like a conversation. And when you're opening so big, you don't leave any room for them to tell you what they have.
Right.
And you put yourself in a bad spot where you have to call off because you're so far deeply invested. And yeah, those are little things that add up to a big difference in your results.
Yeah. Sometimes you can get the same information with 2x as you can 3 to 4x.
Yes, sir. Exactly that.
So folds over here to Jose with these brand new acquired chips here on the dealer button. Let the graphics play catch up here as he's reaching for some chips. Looks like he's going to raise this one up. Queen 10 offsuit. Nassim, king, queen. He's had to lay this down a couple times pre-flop already. Let's see if he wants to defend it this time. Jose min raised to 20,000. But Nassim needs to recognize that Rudy's behind him with the shorter stack. So if you're going to put in 40 more, be prepared to put in even more. And he may just go ahead and put Rudy to the test here by raising it. Mm-hmm. And he does. He beat 3 bets to 115. Good move here by Nassim. Go ahead and make Rudy commit or go away. And Jose getting out of the way there. So Nassim, great 3-bet there just to try to isolate. Gutsy against the newfound chip leader, but definitely the right play.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The button open is the widest range in the entire game. And so when he's sitting there with king queen O, you are highly incentivized to 3-bet. You take the initiative, you generate folds from a weak range. You're not allowing the big blind in, whereas if you call, the big blind is forced to call, and then you're out of position post flop versus 2 hands, and you have to hit the flop in order to actually win the pot. And yeah, that was beautiful.
Yeah, it's great 3-bet. Jose here, king 10 into the muck over Nassim, 10-9 suited on the button. You know, Rudy's looking to jam here, so do you want to do it with 10-9? No, you don't. Rudy there just lets it walk through. Unfortunately, does not get a decent hand in the small blind to defend some of those chips. And but he gets an entire orbit now to pick his spot as he's got three bigs left in his position.
Yeah, he has one, two, three, four, 5 hands before he hits the big blind next. So he is basically going to have to choose one of those 5 hands in order to put his chips in.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be putting in a third of your stack in the big blind. You want to get it beforehand so you can get some blinds to maybe call it off and get more multiples of your stack. You want to 3x it up rather than just two
Yes, sir.
if you find yourself in the blind.
Hmm.
Not much so far in this hand as it's folded around to Nassim in the cutoff, letting 10-5 into the mug. Rudy on the dealer button, not having much there. King 6 offsuit. We're going to let this one go. Bo with the small blind with Queen Jack against Martin, who's the short stack. Does he just go ahead and put it all in here to put him into the test here? He
I
did
believe
reach.
so.
He did reach for some raising chips. I think that's what he's attempting to do. Either way, Martin 10-9 suited. He does go ahead and go with it. I don't hate it. You know, he's got less than 100,000 left. 5 bigs. Very capable hand post flop. 10-9 suited, and going against Bo's Queen Jack. So very much alive here.
Yeah, 10 I like quite a bit. It has a lot of equity, first of all, just as a hand purely, and it does
Uh,
interact with a lot of
he's
the
got a gut
big
shot now.
cards.
Top pair Queen for Bo. Martin looking for a Jack.
Picks up spades. It's always a sweat, never easy. Oh gosh.
Hits the gut shot as I'm trying to drink. Did not expect that. The gut shot there. Martin full double up, 232,000. And that's a good hand to go in on the break on.
Jesus, that was brutal. Thank you guys for tuning in. We really appreciate your support and presence here for our live stream. Still got 54 watching over all channels. We're going to take a quick break.
Yep, we are going to, players are on a 10-minute break. That gut shot just got me. It choked on my tea.
That was nasty.
I'm sure it choked up Rudy too because it made him hoping he could ladder up with that elimination there. And that's something I want to mention real quickly before we go on break. It's a tough spot for Martin, 9-10 suited. I like that, but you always have to watch the rest of the table. You know, Rudy, he's only got 3 bigs. Martin goes all in there, costs himself $400 on a jump. You know, so like I said, great river for Martin. I don't think he realizes just how close that call really was. So just if you're a tournament player, look and see where the rest of those stacks are. And if Bo puts you to the test and it only leaves you with a few thousand left, sometimes you just have to fold when the pay jumps are that big and just let it go and try to pocket that extra $400 or $500, whatever the ladder may be. By the time it gets around to Rudy, he would have had to put his stack in. So
Yeah.
that one kind of developed as I was drinking tea, and it all kind of went off the rails. But no harm to Martin, and we're going to put you guys on a timer. Like I said, it's a 10-minute break. We have 7 players remaining. This is the final table of the Texas Mini Main, $360 buy-in, a $32,000 prize pool, $9,000 up top. My name is Reese. I got Johnny Blaze with me here. We're going all the way down to a winner, and I hope you guys stay tuned in. Lots of you tune into Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We appreciate each and every one of you, and we'll be back within 10 minutes. And we are back live here. Kojak's YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Right back into the action. First hand back from the break. Bo wakes up with pocket kings to Jose's pocket queens. We had to rush back. I saw the hand developing. $230,000 all in. Jose sitting here. I think he's already made the call. Yeah, he has. Oh, a queen on the flop.
Oh my goodness.
And Bo, first hand very quickly back from break. Hope you guys didn't miss it. Bo eliminated pocket kings, got it in great. Jose catching a queen on that flop. Wow. Wow. And just what we were talking about before the break there, Blaze, 3 big blinds laddered up again, But in all fairness, these guys aren't worried about laddering up. These guys are high-end players that they're going for the win. But it's hard to put all your chips in whenever you got people with very few big blinds at the table. So keep that in mind, tournament players out there. And then there were 6.
Then there were 6. 6 of the best, to be sure. All these guys have a ton of experience. Nassim does not have a lot of tournament experience, but his game is extremely dangerous. And in my opinion, he would make an amazing tournament player in the long term. Just hasn't fired too much in tournaments because he was so into cash games, but
Yeah.
the kid can play.
Well, Fernando here in the small blind, going to steal the big blind up Billy there with the ace queen suited. Quick update on these chip stacks here. And Nassim still your chip leader after that big pot, 720,000 in his stack. Followed by Jose after that is almost at $1 million, 950,000 to Nassim 720,000. I was looking at those backwards. And then so 720 to 950, and then it goes way down from there. Billy at Fernando, all around that 350,000 mark, and Martine about 200,000, and Rudy at 100. And these blinds are 15 and 25,000. So 4 out of 6 of these players need to make some moves, Blaze.
Yeah, it's crunch time. Things are getting hectic.
There's
Jose
Rudy
is
finding
now chip leading.
in the hijack, 100,000. See if he can make it through the blinds. Fernando on the button. Is he thinking about it, or is he already folded? Let the graphics catch up here. Fernando has folded. And Jose, we can't see his cards, but I don't think it matters much. He has to call, and he's got the hand to do it with. Queen 10 of clubs versus Rudy's 7-5 of clubs. Just trying to make a move before the big blind forced the issue. 7-5. A lot of post-flop play. A lot of chances here. Jose ahead. Ace, deuce, 4. 3-ball for Rudy. No help there. Looking for a 5, 4, 3, or 7. Lots of outs. Does not get it, and we lose our 6th place competitor, Mr. Rudy, who has been on the sun run of sun runs this series so far. This is his 4th final table. I don't even know what his cash outs have been. They've been so good. He has been on an absolute heater, Blaze.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what he does with next week. If he can keep this up, that would be extremely impressive. He found himself with a 6th place finish in this, our mini main of this series. It's the halfway point. Next week is going to be tournaments all throughout the week with the main event Friday, Saturday, and day 2 on Sunday.
Yeah, and these are the big events. These are the championship events. We have the free roll that's fun for everybody tomorrow. Probably one of the best events, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. They get quite insane. So, yeah, free roll with some hardware tomorrow. We haven't talked enough about that. There's been enough action here on this final table. The next event is tomorrow's free roll action. We have free rolls every Monday here at Kojak's, but this one has the prestige and the trophy to go with it. It's a $5,000 guarantee as well. Jose here is limped in with 10-6 offsuit, and Nassim wakes up in the big blind with ace-queen suited. Raised it up, and Jose just let it go. I guess he was just trying to get to a little post-flop play there with Nassim. Mm-hmm. But the free roll tomorrow, let's have a look at that schedule here, the WTPC schedule. Tomorrow, free roll with the level change, bomb pots 5,000 guaranteed, 6 p.m. Again, it's the standard free roll that everyone knows and loves here at Kojak's, but it has that $5,000 guaranteed added to it and a trophy that is just as cool as the rest of these trophies. So it's going to be a fun tournament tomorrow. And then you see the 3 days of the championships. There's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the PLO High, the High Roller Hold'em, and the Big O Championship, $10 and $20,000 guaranteed tournaments. It's going to be absolutely insane this week here at Kojak's. Not to mention the cash games that we've been having and the scheduled cash games at 2 p.m. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We're going to be having a PLO $500 men buy-in game at 2 p.m. playing right up to the high PLO High Championship. Wednesday, a $500 no cap buy-in for Hold'em playing up to the High Roller Championship, and then the Big O Championship is going to have the Big O cash game starting at 2 p.m. 500 to no cap that Thursday, and then gets us right into the weekend for the main event.
It's going to be fun. Really looking forward to it. Looking forward to dealing these big games and these tournaments with all these big players. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a big week here at Kojak, so everybody and anybody should be playing in the free roll tomorrow. I think that one's going to be a monster.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see upward of 50 people, 60 people. I think all the tables are probably going to be filled with a 5K guarantee. The free rolls have been dwindling a little bit. There was a big wave of excitement a couple months back where we would get 6 or 7 tables. A bit of that has gone away, whether it be people are busy working or whatever the case may be. But
it all comes in waves, and this is the great time to make the comeback. Like I said, you got the same structure, same free roll, but you have the 5,000 guarantee plus that nice trophy on this one.
mm-hmm.
So definitely don't miss tomorrow's event, 6 p.m. here at Kojak's, and then it'll set right up into all the championships week. Hand number 63 here of this final table. Dealer, is that Bree in the box?
Yeah, it's Brianna.
Brianna in the box. We've got 5 players remaining. Jose. Let's see what the stacks are here. I think he's over $1 million now after that last elimination. Yeah, he's going to be at just over 1 million in chips of the 2.67 in play. And that's pretty incredible for him. Nassim, second in chips, 720,000. And then Martin, Fernando, and Billy all floating in competitive with one another, 320, 390, and 235. But the blinds are 10 and 25,000, or 15 and 25,000, sorry. So they're going to need to be making a move pretty quickly. But one good double up for them, and they're right back towards the top.
Yeah, they're all pretty close to about 10, between 10 and 15 bigs. Nassim has 30 big blinds and Jose has 40. So there's a big gap. The 3 at the bottom are basically neck and neck, and this is going to be around the time that stacks start getting in, and we're going to see some flips.
Yeah, Joey, appreciate you and watching with us on Facebook. 6th place is $1,800. That's what. Yeah, 6th place $1,800, and then 5th place is $2,100, and then it goes up from there: $2,700, $3,700, $5,500, and then $9,000 for first place. It's going to be really, really, really interesting once we start getting into the final 4 and 3. Given that the gap is so huge, such a big first place prize. See if there's any deals that are made, but no matter of any deals that are made, we definitely will be playing down to a winner for that trophy. And then, like I said, that'll be event number 4's trophy. This is event number 4. I had to look real quick. Event number 4, the Texas Mini Main Event. Yeah, Blaze here putting it into the chat. Second, 5,500. Third is 3,700. Fourth is 2,700. That way you guys can see it there across all the platforms. Quite a few people watching. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in. Lots of viewers across Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And Martin has pocket sixes, decides to make his move here under the gun. All in for 235,000. Nobody really waking up with anything quite yet. Nassim going to want to count here. take a look at it to see, but it's going to be for almost a third of his stack, so he's probably going to let this one go ace four. Going to be behind a lot of the time. Doing a little wordplay there with Martin, as you see. It seems, I don't think he's thinking about it. I think he's just kind of making Martin sweat there. I don't think he was ever going to call there with ace four for a third of a stack, but he was definitely making Martin sweat a little bit.
Yeah, in spots like this, it's good to spend the time, even if you're not going to make that decision, to pay attention to the stack size around you and even start thinking about the next hand and what you're going to be doing. Thinking about your thresholds, what's the bottom of your calling range. The top of it, you don't have to worry about it so much. When you're thinking about ranges in poker, you want to be defining the bottom of your range because everything above that is obviously going to fall into it as well.
Yeah.
And spending time to think about those things it makes a big difference, and that's what all the best players do.
Yeah. And, Martin here is the short stack, but he's still got $250,000 of chips. None of these guys are crazy, crazy, crazy short in respect to each other. Now the blinds, they're looking at 10 bigs and such, but in respect to the other chip stacks, that's still a huge dent, in a lot of these players' stacks, so they're not going to call it off lightly, and you can definitely take that to your advantage. $2,100 for the next person that is eliminated, but it goes up from there, so the ladders at this point kind of get real from here on out. See a $600 jump to the 2,700 fourth. And then, like I said, second 5,500, then 9,000 for first. So nobody wanting to stack off right now, wanting to move on and see. And Martin and Billy are less than 300K. Fernando are still about 400K. Nassim about 700, and Jose right about the million mark.
Yeah, these are important spots. The money is starting to get real. 600 is a pretty penny for sure. It can get you a lot. For some more than others, but I think regardless, we can all agree $600 is a big pay jump. So people are not going to be messing around these spots. So we're just going to have to wait for a good hand to run to another good hand and see where the chips may fall. Nassim on the button with Jack 4 offsuit, contemplating it, just taking his time with each decision. Jose with the big stack out of the cutoff, opening the suited queen and taking down the blinds. Love it. That's great poker now.
Yeah, they're not going to want to go up against Jose much right now. With that chip lead, he could definitely have a wider range than the other stacks. So when he's in the big blind like right now, I think you're going to need to see. You're going to need to open much better hands right now whenever he's actually he's under the gun this hand, so it'll be the next hand when Billy is the button. You're going to see the table sort of tighten up, I would think. Jose pocket sixes, you're going to see him open this under the gun here, and Nassim right behind him pocket queens, Blaze.
This is going to be a big hand. I am not sure after the 3-bet from Nassim if Jose is going to be calling to try and take a flop. I think he might, depending on sizing. He opens to 55K. Nassim sitting on 680K, which is between 25 and 30 bigs. And
he does raise there. Let's see, he made it 55. I think he made it 130. Definitely going to send off alarm bells. Billy would have loved to have seen flop, but had to let that ace 3 suited go. Jose, it's only 75,000 to call. He's got that million mark. It's less than a tenth of a stack. 3 bigs to put in to try to set mine here with another large stack. I wouldn't hate the call here, Blaze.
yeah, I think it is worth the risk premium. If he can stack Nassim, he takes out one of his more dangerous competitors, especially the one directly to
And he
his left.
lays it down. Does not want to battle with the other big stack yet.
No gamble.
So, Jose, I think it's a good fold. Shout out Mr. Justin. Queen 4 all in, he says. I know Justin. And that's a hand he would go all in with.
He definitely would. Big Justin in the chat.
Love that guy. He's dangerous. And he will wake up with Queen 4. So big fold there for Jose. That does that kind of tell you where he's at mentally right now? Do you think he's playing a little bit more carefully right now with the shorter stacks?
It's mainly that he understands ICM. I'm not sure how deeply he studied them, but he does pay attention to stack sizes. And with the shorter stacks, he just doesn't want to get involved. There is also the reverse implied odds of flopping a set and having a bigger set
Yeah,
crack you for all of it.
that's why I thought he might. Billy here in the small blind, Nassim raised to 50,000. Billy's going to put in the rest of his stack, 255 in the middle. Ace queen suited. Nassim's in a bad spot. And he's going to call this off without much thought. Oof. Did not expect that. I expected a little more contemplation there out of Nassim, and he's going to see the
Wow.
bad news as Billy has him in a tough, tough position here with the ace queen suited versus Nassim's ace nine suited.
Yeah, this is definitely an inflection point for Nassim. He'll have to
Queen,
look
jack,
at
10,
this
top
after
pair. Yeah,
afterwards. He's got
but that's an
backdoor
open-ended
diamonds.
backdoor diamonds. Queen on the turn doesn't help Billy that much. Way more outs for Nassim
Damn.
and misses the world. So huge turnaround there for Billy as you see him get up and take that walk because that's a huge tournament turnaround there for him. Puts him over the $500,000 at chip mark for the first time this tournament. Gavin in the chat asking what the guarantee was. The guarantee was 25,000, but the prize pool was 32,000. 32,000. We still well past the guarantee, even on Mother's Day weekend. Shout out to all of the mothers out there that let their sons and husbands go play poker this weekend here at Kojak's and play in this mini main championship weekend here. $360 buy-in, $25,000 guarantee. Ended up a $32,000 prize pool with $9,000 up top for grabs between these five players. That was a big turnaround. I'm still processing that hand. Ace nine offsuit.
That was big for
Called off
Billy.
half the stack.
Billy has been running. We were talking about it earlier. In spots like that, I would not have been surprised if Billy had lost it somehow. Glad to see that it's turning around for him.
Yeah,
He needs it.
he's run pretty rough. So Jose here limping in the small blind, king seven. Nassim looked like he raised it up to 75, put the pressure back on Jose. We've seen Jose limp a couple times, but this time he didn't choose to fold it. Sees a flop of queen 6-3, no help to Jose. Ace high still good for Nassim. He's going to continue the aggression here on this flop, betting 60,000 it looked like. Jose going to have a tough time continuing here unless he wants to try to fire back at Nassim to see if Nassim is just trying to make a move to get some of those chips back. Once again, that would have been, imagine, just 165. Just right back into this. That's twice he would have been blendered. But Jose there giving Nassim a few of those chips back.
It would be. I'm not sure if it's correct. I might just be talking nonsense, but it might be an interesting check raise candidate. You can't just wait to have it all the time.
That's what I was saying.
Mhm.
That would have been another crazy spot to put a player in to let them c bet that there, and just to see if on that super drive aboard
Mhm.
when that's way going to be in the small blinds limping range.
Right. And if he's looked at any of the previous hands, Nassim has been stealing a lot of pots with his flop C bets,
Yeah,
and if he's overstabbing with his C bets, you can start upping your frequencies on your check raises and battling that.
yeah,
Um, with a seven of clubs in his hands, he could barrel off with the clubs. He can barrel the five. He can barrel the four.
yeah.
Obviously, he has an over to the queen as well, so he can always hit his king.
But to Nassim's credit, he's still playing it correctly.
Yeah,
He's doing
of course,
exactly what he should be doing.
for sure.
He's punishing the limpers a couple times now, betting in that big blind to make him put more money in, and then a decent C bet on the flop, just to see how bad they want to battle with the smaller stacks still in danger. So, like I said, it's still a great play. It's just like you said, if Jose had any of his friends getting with him during the break, saying that Nassim's been thieving quite a bit.
Right. Right.
Now Jose with the real hand here to cut off ace queen. Suited can raise this one up, and Nassim on the button with pocket fives. 55,000, not that much more to him. About 10% of his chips to try to set mount, like we spoke earlier with Jose with the sixes that he would have tried to put in. And Nassim reaching a little bit deeper than 55,000. Way deeper than 55,000. This is interesting here. He's going to repop this one here to well over 100. Let's see what, 130,000. And that's going to put Jose in a tough spot. Ace Queen, it's great to make that bet with Ace Queen, but it's harder to call that bet with Ace Queen.
Cutoff versus button are two of the widest ranges.
Yeah, out of position, makes the call. Jack 5-9, bottom set for Nassim. How he plays this is key, Blaze.
Let's see what he decides on. He's definitely going to be betting. He is not going to be checking a trap. That's a mistake. Obviously, when he whiffs the board, he wants to generate some folds from his ace highs and king highs. Opts for 125, which is a little larger than 1/3 pot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Jose to continue. There's a lot of good turn cards, but not really. So yeah, lets that one go. So great catch there by Nassim. Got a lot of those chips back, and that's going to put him back at that $750,000 spot, creeping closer to Jose, who has now gone back down to 835,000.
Yeah, that was a brave 3-bet from Nassim. He gets rewarded. I'm not sure whether or not that is a flat or a jam from Jose. If he thinks that Nassim is getting out of line often enough, he should be 4-bet getting it in. If Nassim is 3-betting ace-jack suited, which very often he will, if he has ace-10 suited, or any of the underpairs to the queen.
Yeah, but the issue is, like we said, he's the fellow big stack at the table. Yeah. He's the only one that can put him out of the tournament.
You're right.
So, sometimes you don't want to reach too deep down. Now, Jose here under the gun, ace-jack suited, raises it up. Fernando looking down at king, queen suited. He just ripped it all in, 350,000. I don't think Jose's ever going to call half a stack here with the ace-jack. But Fernando's just willing to take down that pot as is. Pick up that
13 bigs.
Yeah, he's pushing it a little bit wider here than he needs to, but in saying that, it's difficult for him to 3-bet any amount that makes sense. So give yourself that one little extra edge of fold equity from your opponent, and just go ahead and put it in, is what Fernando's thinking here. Jose's Hollywooding a little bit about it, but
it's an interesting spot.
Yeah, I just don't think Fernando's going to be doing this with that much, with anything much less. You're just hoping that maybe he has 10s or less pocket pair and you're just flipping here. But do you want to be in a flipping situation with the, basically co-chip lead with 5 remaining?
Poker really is an interesting game. Understanding your opponents is a big part of it. I think a lot of people will start dabbling in solvers or trying to come up with these solutions as if there's one answer to it. But it's all a response-based game. And so Fernando, what he can go all in here with, depending on how wide he is or how tight he is going to dictate what your responses are. So ace-jack off is not... It's not black or white. It's not clear cut. You can't just say, hey, this guy went all in for this amount. What should I do with this hand? It depends.
But at the end of the day, Fernando has not stepped out of line this whole final table. And so it's really hard to feel like he's going to be doing it now.
Right.
And so I think it's a good fold there by Jose to let that one go.
I think so.
And but a fan of Viviana in the chat. Go Jose. Jose is doing well. He is the current chip leader, 775,000. Nassim right on his heels with 750,000, and then on it down from there. Like I said, it's by any stretch of the imagination still anybody's game. The blinds are 15 and 30 now. Any one of these players even the shorterish of the five, are going to be right there with the top two stacks if they get any kind of significant pot here. So it's still definitely anybody's game. It's just going to be a matter of creeping through and navigating these last five players. Nassim, another guy, going to raise this one up to 65,000 with the 10-7 suited, widening his range here, trying to get some of the blinds, and is successful in doing so. Excited about it. His table talk is the best. But we appreciate each and every one of you tuned into Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook watching this final table of the event number 4 West Texas Poker Championship Series Texas Mini Main Event. $360 entry, $25,000 guarantee, and we hit that $32,000 prize pool mark. And these guys are playing for a first place prize of $9,000. Fernando in the cutoff is going to be looking down at ace-9 suited. Might be tempted to raise this one up, maybe 60 or 65. Try to steal some blinds. Unfortunately, right behind him, Billy on the button with pocket sixes.
It's going to proceed through a call, I would assume.
Yeah. Maybe want to set mine here. No real reason to three-bet this here with the two chip leaders behind you. Difficult position to be in for Billy. Jose and Nassim both going to be folding, getting out of the way here. And Fernando and Billy going to be heads up to a flop. Again, 165,000 in this pot. I'm completely wrong. Nassim wants to see a flop. He's already halfway there at the small blind. Decided 38,000 was good enough odds, which I don't disagree on. He just needs to tread it lightly. 10, queen, 4, 2 spades. Fernando nut flush draw. Does he follow up here and bet?
Not
No,
sure.
he's going to try to catch a spade for free, Billy. So all three players are going to check this one through. King on the turn, definitely a scare card for all of these players.
Fernando, I could see betting this in some world.
Yeah, he does go ahead and check it, and Billy's going to just try to get to a cheap showdown, realize what equity he has. And Nassim is going to be the winner if it goes check, check, check with his 10. And Fernando's going to show up now and going to bet. And, gosh, he bet 80,000. I don't hate the sizing, but Nassim could put him to the test here. This hand is played very awkwardly. Even Billy's contemplating calling with sixes here.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense. The kings, he would be betting for protection / value on the turn. If he had a queen, he would have bet the flop 100% of the time. Yeah. If he has a 10, he should have a 10, but why would he bet? What worse hands are going to call him? If he turned the nut straight or the second nut straight, he would have bet the turn. It just doesn't make any sense. And so very often here,
this is
you have a pair you
this
call.
is just one of those situations where Billy is correct, but the problem is he's got Nassim behind him. Nassim makes the call,
Yep.
And I thought that might happen, and I think that's what Billy was afraid of. I think Billy, and Billy was correct. You know, he was ahead of Fernando, and I think had it been a heads-up pot, Billy would have been dragging that one down.
Yes, 100%.
But with Nassim behind there, it's tough to make that call because Nassim could be the one with a queen or a 10 or something because it's still within his range there, especially the 10. And Nassim's never going to lead out with the top pair there. He's going to let Fernando, who was the pre-flop aggressor, continue. So good read the situation there by Billy. Poker's unfortunately one of those games where you can be absolutely correct and still pay the price, still get punished.
It's a funny game like that. It is a funny game like that for sure. And Billy has good intuition, has good table sense.
Well, say that here. He's going to shove this one with ace 10.
Wow.
And Jose doesn't think about it. Snap calls with the ace queen off. Nassim and Martin going to get out of the way for these fireworks here. Billy, who was just trying to pick up the blinds there, woke up with the blackjack, but unfortunately way behind the ace queen of Jose, who didn't think long, knowing that Billy's going to try to pick up some blinds in that situation pretty wide there. Jack, king 4, gut shot for Jose and Billy both needing each other's outs. Billy queen for Jose. So now Billy needs a. No, that's
Nasty.
Broadway.
That's
Billy, oh wow, I was looking at the backwards there.
uh,
Billy picks up the 3-outer there to make the Broadway. So tough beat there for Jose. Oof.
I think Billy is back. He might be starting to run good.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Been rough for him for quite a while.
that's the best I've seen him run. Like I said, I made comment of it earlier about how the cards have just not agreed with him in the last several tournaments and streamed events.
Did you see the hand that he played versus Doug Polk? Where he had pocket queens and Doug was out of the blinds and he 4-bet jammed for, it was piles essentially with ace 5 of diamonds.
Doug did?
Doug did.
Ah,
Billy called off from the cutoff with queens, ace in the window.
gross.
Just buried him. And it was 12 left in, I'm not sure it was a main event, but it was big. It was like,
One of the major events.
it was a big event. Well, yeah,
Yep.
Doug's playing it, you know, so
Yeah, yeah.
it was big money. Brutal spot for him.
So Jose swinging for the fences and was absolutely correct. Snapped off Billy's ace 10, and unfortunately Billy made the Broadway for Jose, but fortunately for Billy, dodged a tournament ender there. And like I said, we'll see Fernando and Martino, the shorter stacks still. Jose still got a little bit more than they do, but Jose is definitely still in position to spin this one up as he has raised it up here with the ace 7 of diamonds. And neither Nassim nor Martin waking up with anything in the blinds. Oh, I haven't seen the big blind yet of Fernando. Pocket fours.
I like Jose's mannerisms, body language, and posture here. He doesn't look like he's been defeated. He doesn't look affected by taking that beat. He just moves on to the next hand.
Yeah, and Fernando's
Opens when he should.
Fernando's going to go ahead and put it in here
Does.
with his pocket fours, and unfortunately that's going to pot commit Jose. He's put in too much to fold to this now, I believe. Maybe not. I mean, the ladders are pretty real. Martin is still a shorter stack of under
Calls it.
200,000. Yeah, he does make the call.
That's
I don't.
that's tilt. That's a tilt call.
Yeah,
100%.
he's going to like where he's at. Fortunately for him, he's in better shape than he could be in a lot of situations against other ace X's and pocket pairs.
Mhm.
So Jose looking for a lot of diamonds or an ace or a 7. Catches that 7, but Fernando bottom set for a huge flop.
Nasty diamond.
Diamond, there's always a sweat. And a diamond on the
Oh my
river. Well, runner for Jose to eliminate Fernando. Wow.
That is insane.
So Jose takes the beat and then hands one right back to the innocent bystander of Fernando. And Fernando, who played this final table fantastically and got all the way to 5th place there for $2,100. For a guy that doesn't get to play tournaments very often, I think he did great, Blaze.
Yeah, he does well all the time. I'm thoroughly impressed with his play. Have not had too many conversations with him. I do not know him on a first name basis since he's so infrequent in these events, but I'll definitely start having some conversations with him and see what he's all about.
No, he's definitely one to be watched out for. He navigated this final table fantastically, came in as one of the shorter-ish stacks, spun it up all the way to 5th place, and had to take a bad beat runner to be taken out then. So great run to Fernando and all his fans. Tell him congratulations for his $2,100 5th place finish. Well deserved and well earned. And 4 left. And, you know, Martin has silently stayed here. And just he came into this final table as one of the shorter stacks. And still kind of 30. Let me take a look here.
The patience has paid off. He's
only had a variance of 36,000 in chips. He basically has pretty much where he was at the final start at the final table, and here he has made his way up to $2,700 in 4th place money, at least guaranteed. So definitely one of those. He just kind of stood aside. And now it's time for him to make a move, and that's what he's doing. Ace 9 offsuit in the cutoff, going to put all of his chips in there.
Yep.
Billy lets his 10 deuce go. Jose, who now has a lot of chips still, Let's see what the graphics catch up here and say what he's thinking about the call with here. 7-6 suited. It's about half of his stack. Be an interesting call here if he calls this off.
It's just not the hand category that you want to be putting a call in with. You'd rather have high cards.
Yeah, he does let that one go. 7-6 is a very playable hand, but not in this situation. Four-handed all ins, you know.
Yeah, stack depth. 7-6 suited, you want to be deeper stacked so that you can have implied odds to see turns and rivers where you can make a straight, make a flush, and that's where you're going to make all your money. In a short stack situation with a low SPR, it is just not profitable. If you hit a pair of sevens, that's not, a great spot for you. You hit a pair of sixes, not a great spot.
No,
You just make all your money with.
You're going to be drawing on the flop more often than not with a suited connector like that.
Mm-hmm.
So picks up some blinds there. Martin is still alive in this four-handed, 275,000 in Martin's stack, and picks up pocket aces, and it's very masked, Blaze, because he just jammed last hand, and now he's jamming again. It looks like he's trying to make some moves, but instead he has the goods. Unfortunately, no one else has woken up with anything.
Nope.
Too bad for the wasted aces. It was definitely a situation where it looked like he could have been just trying to force some issues, but he actually has the goods, and he shows it. He shows the pocket aces.
Nasty.
Yep. It's tough to waste aces there, but couldn't have asked for a better time after the shove in the last hand. Like I said, looks like he's trying to just make moves, but actually had the bullets waiting.
Yeah, I can see it both ways for sure.
Yep.
Just in the context of the last hand, it's a nice hand to shove.
Oh, yeah. You've been telling a story, and the story is that you're trying to get a little bit of chips, trying to make some moves, get some desperation going, and actually have it, and they don't have anything to battle with. That's just the way it goes. But now he finds himself in the big blind. Blinds are 15 and 30,000. Dealer Jason stepping into the box. During our break, we went out there and we had a couple cash games going. I saw a couple people with a couple flushes going for that $4,500 flush frenzy. The cash action with that flush frenzy jackpot keeps the cash games going for sure the last few days, going after that big jackpot in the flush frenzy.
Yeah, it's worth it now. It's always a fun way to spend your evening. If you have some free time or you want to play some cards, come on down. The flush frenzy really is it's getting up there. 4,500. If you can make all four flushes of each suit by 10 o'clock, and we have another window between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. So if you don't have anything going on tomorrow and don't have anything else to do tonight, come on down and play.
Yeah, just get that extra cash available to possibly win just for playing cards like normal. Now, we say that, but we see people riding the range to those suited cards. And there are some people who might call a little light with suited cards trying to make that flush frenzy. Martin here in the small blind, king at 10 suited. Nassim with 6-5 suited. He loves these little suited connectors here, especially on the button. He's reaching for some raising chips. Looks like he made it 65 to go.
King 10
70,000. Yeah, Martin, pretty hand, but he's just been collecting these chips slowly. Does he want to risk, quarter fifth? No, he does let it go. Good fold. Billy, who's going to be navigating these four pretty well. And as much as it sounds terrible to say, Billy thinks that he can outplay Nassim post-flop. So I think you're going to see him make these kind of calls against Nassim heads up. Picks up the gut shot. Nassim flops bottom pair. Does go check, check. Jack on the turn doesn't change anything here. Is Billy going to take a stab at this one here? No, decides to check it. And Nassim, does he want to realize the equity or fire here?
Well, he checked the flop in order to pot control. The jack is a great card to barrel. It removes a lot of the jack X.
And Billy's not going to believe him. Billy's going to check raise him. This is the situations we were talking about earlier. He's going to check raise him here, and he's playing his hand open-faced here, very polarizing. He's either saying that I have a jack and tried to slow play it, or I have air. And Nassim here.
It's a ton of pressure.
Yeah.
The question is, when you make the call, what are you going to do on the river?
Yeah, they still have one more street to go, and Billy's not a guy you want to give chips to, for sure. But Nassim does recognize here that Billy could be just making a play on him, thinking that Nassim has air, when in fact Nassim has just enough of this flop to feel like he could be best.
Yeah, he wasn't betting as a bluff. He was betting for value.
Yeah, he does let it go. Yeah.
Nice play from Billy.
Yeah, I was jokingly wanting earlier to somebody just to come back over the top of him on the C bets, and that's exactly why. It just hurts so much. Bless Nassim for trying, and I think deep down he knew it, that he probably was good, but like you said, you still had one more street of betting to go.
Yeah.
And
And Billy is dangerous enough. He can just put you to the test on the river. And so, out of respect, he just had to fold, unfortunately, even if he thinks he's ahead.
Nassim still with 820,000 in chips, still plenty of chips to play here, and Billy has crept himself into the chip lead, just over 1 million in chips. Under the gun here, looking down at a 7-6 offsuit. Me throwing this one into the button. Martin not waking up with anything on the button. See what the battle of the blinds comes out to. Billy here, 15,000. Looks like he let that go there, and Jose getting the benefit of a walk there. You know, a lot of poker players underestimate when you're in the small blind, just folding and letting your opponent walk, and just don't even play the hand. A lot of people will just complete the big blind just to see if they'll check it, just to get to flop, because they've already got so much out there. It's not that much more to call. But I'm a big proponent of just folding and going to the next hand, rather than give yourself in a situation to where you can get coolered or something like that. I don't mind the folds out of the small blind just to let the big blind walk.
It's one of the most important spots because it comes up so much in final table study. Small blind versus big blind, it's highly frequent. There's also button versus the blinds.
Button blinds, yeah.
And yeah, I mean, you can always just remove yourself from that spot, folding the small blind, and proceed to your button and play, in position post flop in the next hands. But sometimes you just don't have that luxury, and they're putting in a whole big blind with two random cards, and so you do definitely have to take advantage of that and try and pick up that big blind. If there's an ante in the middle, even more so.
Even more so, yeah. Nassim and Billy, part two here. Nassim defended Billy's raise and slightly checks two pair here. Jack on the river is going to ruin Nassim's hand, unfortunately, even though we see that it's best, so it's going to go check, so he's not going to get any value out of this hand, unfortunately. But gets a few of those chips back from Billy to pull them closer to one another for that chip lead. The heart kind of ruining Nassim's hand there, so it just has to check it down to show down value. So it's been the Nassim and Billy show, and strangely so, these are the chip leaders. They're both pretty evenly stacked, 900 and 950,000 roughly in chips. Jose is still not far behind, one good pot, 600,000 in his stack, and then Martin 250,000 in his, one good double up, and he's right back into the mix.
Yeah, I think this will be a really fun, shout out to Ham in the chat there. It would be a really fun heads up battle between Nassim and Billy. Let's see if that materializes. But regardless, we have a great final table here.
This has been a great poker final table. I think every player has done it really, really well, and you have to play well to even get to this point of the tournament. So like I said, much expected out of these guys, but they've been extra impressive with some of the things that they've been able to do to get to this point.
Hmm. If you saw that spot, Nassim ends up picking up the big blind from Martin, who has been the most conservative player for the entirety of the final table. He
Yeah,
raises the 10-5 offsuit. It's not strong enough to just flat with and try and take post flop. And so you can just go ahead and open it. If they fold, it's a great result. If not, you can play post
just
flop and just
see if you can steal it away again on a separate street.
for sure.
Decides to not try it on the button. Martin at queen of jack offsuit, good enough to put him in there. Billy not having anything in the big blind, lets that one go. So Martin getting that big blind back that he lost to Nassim to survive another orbit, and that's all this guy's been doing, surviving orbits.
Yep.
He's his chip stack has not changed. It's gone a little bit up since they started, obviously, but he has just been the lower-ish stack at the table the whole time and just maintained his way all the way up to the ladder. And it's a $2,700 for the next person that gets eliminated. So that's his take-home no matter what. And he's navigated himself well to get there.
Yeah, he's done a really good job. Um, there's different philosophies on playing. Patience really can pay off, especially in a tournament, and he's demonstrating that really clearly right now.
And Nassim under the gun, going to raise up queen jack offsuit. No one else waking up with anything, so Nassim picks up some blinds there. You're going to see a lot of that when you start getting short-handed. A lot of pre-flop action does get its way through to pick up the blinds, but it just depends on the frequency that you do it. You have to be able to do it with your premiums and your higher-end four-handed hands like the queen jack suited there you saw in a scene, but you also have to do it when you have 10-5 offsuit.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to steal these blinds and eventually whittle your opponents down. And if you can take two or three or four blinds from them and then just give one back in the net run, you're still well ahead of the game on them.
Yeah, it also keeps your opponents on your toes and gives you an element of surprise and unpredictability. I'm sure after the stream, once people check it out, they're going to realize that everything that Nassim's been doing and moving forward, it's going to get him action on a lot of his premium value hands, and it just adds a different element where you get into people's heads and make them question their decisions.
Jose here going to put Nassim's big blind to the test. King queen offsuit raising up to 75,000, and Nassim 45,000 more to go. Don't think we'll see it with Jack 7, but he's doing his normal sit and look and then wait, and which is proper form, and lays that one down. Okay, giving up the big blind there as he took the last previous two for, like I said, a net positive in an orbit, and that's all you're trying to do at this point.
Yep.
Blinds are 15 and 30,000. There are 2.6 million chips in play. Chip leader is Nassim with 955,000. Billy 910 right behind him. Jose still sitting comfortably at 600,000, and Martin 245,000 behind him. Nassim looking down at pocket threes, facing a raise from Billy under the gun with ace 7 offsuit, strong hand four-handed. Nassim just makes the call, wanted to see a flop with the pocket threes, and Martin here getting some pretty good value in the big blind to come along, and chooses to do so with a 9-6 offsuit.
Wow.
I mean, it's a good value, 35,000 to win, 195.
Yeah.
Jack 9 Jack, and he flops best with the pair of nines. Let's see if he can recognize that fact. Nassim holding that typical pocket pair that's never going to feel good after any flop. Martin checks it over to the pre-flop aggressor, Billy. Let's see if he keeps up the heat. Betting 75,000. I'd love to see Martin put in the rest of his stack here. Except now that Nassim has come along, that's a little more difficult.
Yeah, that's the problem with continuing with a hand like 9-6. You have to flop a monster in order to comfortably continue.
Yeah, lets it go. So discipline fold. I just like seeing the flop, just to try to get lucky. 5 on the turn doesn't help Billy. Nassim still ahead with his pocket threes. Checks on this turn. Both players trying to get to a showdown. A third jack on the board. Billy's hand feels like it could be good here a lot of the times, but he's just going to check it down here. And Nassim, with that good call on that flop, picks up a pretty decent-sized pot. Makes $200K onto that pot, putting him up over 1.1 million. and trying to create some separation between him and Billy.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's not fun for Martin to see.
Yeah, knowing he folded the best hand.
Yes,
But
sir.
as I said, they're making good decisions because they're still sitting there.
Yep.
So, like I said, if for some reason Nassim finds the fold there, then Martin's plan works perfectly because I think he just jams it there. And if you have a jack, you have a jack. Is basically what he's saying. But whenever he gets called by Nassim, he's got to go away. Unfortunately,
He would. I'm not sure if he would jam. He would definitely call, just based on
the way he's played.
the way he's been playing and his player type. He's gonna wait for a safe run out. He doesn't want to see a king or a queen or an ace.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna be scared that Billy might have a jack sometimes or that he has overpairs. Conservative players that are overly concerned with what their opponent has, they tend to see the strongest hands
Yeah.
available to their opponent,
Yeah.
not realizing that there's a bunch of hands that miss, which is usually where they're at.
Yep, and here we go for Martin. Nassim on the button put Martin to a test with all of his chips, and Martin agreed to the wager with his king queen off suit, and we're off to the races for these two players. Can Martin get a double up here and get back super healthy, in my opinion, to these chip stacks? Dealer Jason to a flop. Martin looking to catch a king or a queen to stay alive. There's a queen right in the river, but a 4 on the bottom for Nassim. They would have gotten it in on that flop regardless there, and Nassim needs to dodge a queen or a 5, and he does so, and huge run there. Just a very quiet spin up from a short stack all the way to 4th place, Blaze.
Yeah, he did great there.
Yeah.
He really did. That was a cooler flop for him. A great spot to put it in. And
Yeah.
that's just how it goes, you know.
Yeah, no, that was just the cards doing the talking. But congratulations to Martin. A fantastic run here at this final table. Came in as one of the short stacks. I believe, yeah, coming into the tournament, he was in the bottom quarter of the field altogether. So made a run all the way from a shortish stack all the way to 5th place. No complaints about that when you can pull off something like that. So congratulations to Martin. And the players are now down to 3-handed, so they're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a quick break along with them and bring you back for the final 3 here of this $25,000 guaranteed Texas Mini Main Event, $360 buy-in, 108 entries, $32,000 prize pool on Mother's Day weekend. That's pretty good. I'll take it. And we got 3 left, and they're going to be playing for that $9,000 first place prize and that fantastic trophy. We need to get that trophy and bring it back in here with us when we come back. Gotta show you guys these fantastic trophies picked out by our very own Charlie. But stay tuned. We got the final 3 left: Nassim, Billy, and Jose. Nassim with a commanding chip lead of 1.4 million, Billy at 730,000, and Jose at 600,000. But it's still anybody's game here. Any one of these 3 guys are a double up away from being in this chip lead and to see who gets that $9,000 prize. Short break. Stay tuned. Appreciate each and every one of you for being on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Do not go anywhere. We will be back as soon as they are back to see who takes down the final $9,000, that trophy, and the title of the champion of the event number 4 Texas Mini Main Championship event here at Kojak's. Stay tuned.
about to come back here. It looks like these players are getting ready, getting settled. I'm filling in for Mr. Reese here for a short time. Things are going good. We have a really tight field right now.
Yeah.
Really tight field right now. We got a couple of action players out of there. We got one of them remaining. Mr. Nassim seems to be doing fine. And it looks like Mr. Jason is now pitching cards once again.
Jason the pitcher.
Jason the pitcher, Billy in the small blind. Suited queen, not too bad, three-handed. 710,000 chips. He is not the chip leader. Nassim, almost a cool 1.5 million. He's going to fold. Kind of a junk hand, if I may say. Jose, a weak ace. I got position on Billy. Billy raises.
Raises with the middling suited queen out of small blind. Jose is going to be forced to continue with a weak offsuit ace, the dead man's hand, as it's famously known.
Dead men tell no tales. A queen on the flop for Billy. One club.
This is going to be pretty cut and dry. It'll be a bet fold.
300K in the pot. With just a simple min click pre-flop and a bet on the flop, we're already up to 300,000 in the pot. This is where the levels really start to play with the stacks.
Definitely. Every pot is going to be significant here. Chips are going to be moving very quickly, and any fortune or misfortune will have a big impact where we stand right now.
100%.
Bill,
110% maybe.
yeah, Billy on the button.
Suited king, clubs variety once again. Who is shuffling these cards?
He's going to get through the small blind, of course. And Nassim with 970. If there was an ante in the middle, then a continue would probably be mandatory. Right now, with no ante, this is probably a fold. Nassim does have a big stack, and but yeah, an offsuit one gapper is just not strong enough to continue with.
And this is also one of the spots where you don't want to re-raise. That would probably get Billy to fold, if I'm not mistaken. But Nassim, with his image, with the way the table has been going, I think Billy would pick up on Nassim trying to bully him with his chip stack. So, yep, you don't see a re-raise there.
Yeah, Billy also understands he's not going to be raising too crazy off his buzzing. He's middle of the pack right now, second in chips. With Jose being the short stack, he is highly disincentivized to get out of line and tangle with Nassim, who has the big stack and can afford to take a hit. So his button range is not going to be, necessarily too wide. He's not getting out of line. Pocket eights out of the small blind for Nassim. An offsuit ace for Jose on the button. He will be raising here. Jams
all in. And Nassim, I think, is, handcuffed to a call here.
Yep.
Eights is just good enough. You think he folds sevens?
No, he's not folding any pairs. 12 bigs, it's significant for sure. 7s, 6s, 5s. I can see him folding deuces. I can see him. I don't think it's Nassim style, honestly. I think any pair, he's just putting it in.
Ace on the flop right there.
Nasty.
And a 10 and a king. No two-outer for Nassim here. No two-outer. And look at that. Just like that, Jose up barely over $1 million now. You're right about those chips changing hands quickly. It's almost like the table is leaning and letting him slide all the way to Jose.
Yeah, it's fun now. Nassim and Billy are now neck and neck. Jose with a small chip advantage, but there is not going to be much of an advantage to speak for in terms of the a big advantage that you can use to bully. And they're basically all neck and neck.
Yeah, very, very tight field as far as chip stacks go right now. And like you said, I mean, one pot is going to shift the dynamic. We saw that already. If we see anything else happen, Jose gets pushed a couple more chips. Maybe he will be allowed to bully some of the other players. Now, who do you think is going to fall for those bully tactics more? Do you think Nassim or Billy is more susceptible to that?
No, I don't think it's going to be as in play as much anymore. If you have a significant chip advantage, then you can start leaning on those smaller stacks. But where it stands, I think Jose has a 3 big blind
Wow.
advantage, and that's not enough.
Not enough now. Billy all in with the pocket sixes. Jose can't call with the jack nine.
There it is. And as you can see, they're going to be pushing those blinds back and forth, and you can think about it as they're all neck and neck.
Yep. Basically a tied game at this point. Next place, $3,700.
That's big. So the next pay jump up is $1,800.
Yeah.
So whoever goes out now, they do have 3,700 locked up, but the implications of busting out is you miss out on 1,800.
1,800, significant prize. 380 to get in. So you're talking about almost about six buy-ins right there. Nassim with the king jack, the house hand.
Let's see what he does. He will continue through a call, which is pretty standard. And let's see what the flop brings us.
Nassim out of position, looking at a paired board, rainbow.
883 is going to be a texture that Billy is going to be continuing on very frequently. It's hard for Nassim to have connected in any significant way. There's no straight draws, there's no flush draws, and with the pair on the board, it is a lot harder to have connected with it.
Yeah, Billy's got a lot of low cards in his range. Could easily be playing ace-8. Hard to make trips. Hard to make a pair, much less trips. But if anyone's going to hold a 3 or an 8, certainly favors the button. And that queen, Nassim decided not to bet the overcard. Checks it down on the river.
Beautiful from Billy. Picks up a couple of hands that he can get value from on the turn. Check from Nassim on the turn. Billy bets. Nassim calls, and the river checks through, and Billy is able to get value out of king high. That was good stuff.
Ham in the chat. Who is that new voice in the booth? This is an old voice. Shoot, I'm an old man now. Got my birthday coming up next month. Good to hear from you, buddy. Hey, next time you come out, man, I got a membership with your name on it, a daily for you.
Ham, where you been at, man? We've missed you. Long time no see.
Ham is back in the bayou.
Louisiana boys.
Yes, sir. And Nassim with almost a bookend here. Suited bookend and the small blind. Billy a decent calling hand, but Nassim does fold. You think Billy continues there if Nassim were to raise, disregarding the actual hand that Nassim was playing?
Yeah, mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
Queen 9 suited. He will be continuing with probably all of his suited queens, all the way up to like queen. Probably queen. Well, maybe all of them, honestly. Queen 4 suited plus, queen 5 suited plus, something like that.
Oh, the dirty diaper comes along. Nassim with the jack deuce, almost assuredly going into the trash bucket. Delete this hand, dealer. Oh, no. Almost looked like he wanted to make a play at it. Not a great time to make a play. Jose forced to throw away the ace-10. I think one of the worst feelings in the world is when you're on the big blind in a tournament and you look down at a premium hand and you get a walk.
Yeah, that feels like a loss, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. I was wrong. Ham in Tennessee is outside Nashville. Hey, my sister lives in Nashville. I'll give her a call. Actually, my nephew's birthday is today. Jose with the K9, the bow wow. I expect this to be a raise. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's a mandatory raise. King 9 offsuit 3-handed is basically like king queen off in a 6, 7, 8 handed game. It's just powerful.
I've heard king queen compared to a better than 3 cards in your hand. If you have 3 random cards versus king queen, what would you rather look at in a game of Hold'em? The advantage of having that 3rd card, or would you rather have the 2 high cards, the broadways?
I'd rather have the 3 cards.
You would?
Yeah, because
Okay.
if it's random cards and it's not little cards, you could also get, premium cards. It's going to be pretty slow from here on out, guys. These guys all know what they're doing, and we're going to need some collisions that are based on the hands themselves, so it's going to be slow.
You're not going to make it to the final table of the mini main 3-handed without knowing what you're doing. These guys are very well practiced. The other thing, too, is they know each other really, really well. Nassim lights up the room when he comes and plays cash. Same with Jose. Billy, of course, an absolute crusher. Tournament streets, though, I think he favors more than cash if I had to throw my neck out there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Billy just likes playing.
Yeah, he loves cards.
Has a passion for cards, regardless of what form they might take. Button being raised up by Jose. He has a suited king. That's pretty mandatory. Billy decides to fold the big blind because they are considering Nassim as the short stack. And, yeah, pretty disciplined fold. Ace-6 offsuit is maybe one of the worst offsuit aces. Ace-5 is a little bit better because it can potentially make straights. And Ace-6 offsuit is, oddly enough, the weakest ace that you can find yourself with.
Hate it. I hate Ace-6. And look at this Nassim. Ace-3 suited might as well be a premium here, especially on the button. He'll have position. Needs to start making moves here. These blinds are eating away at his stack. And there it is. Jose with the Jack-4. What's a Jack-4?
For lifting.
Changing tires?
Changing tires. Flat tire? Is that
Yeah, it is. You can see my compadre in the background, his shoes, taking Reese's spot. He's taking a turn out in the main room. We've got a 1-2 game going right now. We got a 1-3 game going. Both are very healthy. Seems like we got a lot of life in those games, but make sure to add yourself to the wait list if you do want to come play some poker. You got the itch. You want to scratch it. Come on down to Kojak's. That Flush Frenzy up to $4,500 today. Jose with the Queen-9. This one looks like a raise, too.
This is going to be a hand. Jose could continue with a call. It is strong enough to take post-flop. Nassim, even if he faces a raise, he is likely to take a flop.
There it is. Looks like a raise.
That's pretty big, though. That's pretty big.
You know, it's funny. I was just about to ask, what sizing do you think Jose would need to take to get Nassim to lay down that suited 7-4, that suited gapper?
That seems about it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
This could be. Almost a 3x raise, and Nassim lets it go. Nassim playing very well, very disciplined tonight.
That was good sizing. Jose's been putting in work for sure. You can see it.
Applying a lot of pressure. I love the organization here of the stacks. 3-handed at the final table. These guys are used to playing with large stacks. I think I like Nassim's organization the best.
Why is that?
You know what? I like that leaning tower look. King 7 versus King 7 suited. King 7, both are suited. That's what I meant to say. And Jose laying it down on the button.
That
didn't expect that.
Interesting decision.
Didn't expect that.
Those aren't spots that you can be passing up on. I'm not sure what his thought process was, but Opts for a fold.
And it does open the door for Nassim to shove all in. Billy cannot call with the jack deuce offsuit. And Nassim takes some much needed chips into his stack, that leaning tower. And Mr. Joey shuffling up with reckless abandon right now. Come on, Joey. Let's deal some heat, my man.
Joey with the man bun.
I like the
Gotta
man bun.
respect it.
I like the headset behind the man bun also.
Dude, I
Good
never
look.
noticed how great his hair is.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
He's got some good hair out.
I'm jealous. Jose being modest, covering up his hair with a hat today. Ace-9 for Billy. A little more than a min click here. Jose with the offsuit queen out of the big blind. He will have position. He's getting a discount. He's going to go ahead and make the call. We're off to a flop for the first time in 10 hands. This player is playing very calculated poker. Jack 10-10 on the flop. Jose almost with a straight draw. Billy also almost with a straight draw. Jose keeping up the aggression here, firing off 75,000. And Billy making the call. 350K in the middle. And there's the 8 right there, pairing Jose, but actually giving Billy the straight draw.
Yeah, he picks up open-ended. Ace high is ahead of a lot of hands. We're going to see Jose bet here. He has the overcard to the jack, the gut shot, and 2 pair. It is worth a bet. Billy...
Tough spot.
Billy might fold, honestly. He could be drawing dead. Ooh.
Oh, and a shove. Aggressive play here. I like the aggression.
Billy came to play.
Billy did come to play here. And that 8 also completing the rainbow. Billy not afraid of any flush draws or anything like that. Very strong bet. Now, if you're Jose, are you putting Billy on a pair of or a 10 trips? You think you're putting him on a jack? Or just a downright draw like we're seeing?
What was the flop? Check call, flop, check raise all in on the turn. Yeah, he'll have a fair amount of 10x. He could also have the straights. What Billy is doing is he's using the 9 blocker to represent the straights. 9 also interacts with a lot of the 10x. And if he gets called, he has outs.
Good point. Jack 9,
good
10
stuff.
9.
And he might have just had a live read on Jose. Billy is a player that pays a lot of attention to his opponent, what they're up against, what their timing is, and how he feels about their opponent's strength or weakness within the hand. And he will make moves based on that. He's not afraid to go with his reads.
Absolute predator.
Definitely.
Ham in the chat saying he's a chip leader and attorney in Kentucky. Got it all in with ace-ace versus king-king versus ace-king. And the AK hits it straight on the river. Out in 7th. Top 5 pay. Missed. He bubbled the bubble.
Nasty.
That's got to hurt. Alex Cruz saying, what a sicko. To Billy's all-in jam.
Yes, Billy, his play has been really impressive on this final table. He battled back versus Nassim, out of position, check raised him to take down a pot, and that hand right there was massive. 3 left, and he's playing for first for sure.
And here comes, this could be the pot of my particular session here. Jose raising it up with the ace-6, we've determined is the weakest offsuit ace that you can get. And Billy making the call with the king-queen offsuit. Couple of clubs on the board.
We're gonna pay post flop. See, this is it's a good example of it. So if you have ace 2, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, you have additional equity. Ace 6, it's just hard to connect it in a meaningful way. The cards don't interact well enough.
Yeah, you're really just playing the naked ace at that point.
Yep, for sure. Or if you hit a 6, you're hoping it's like top pair.
Yeah.
It's so rare.
Yeah, but even then, top pair with the 6-high board.
Yeah, it's not great.
Straight board, yeah.
100%. Yes, sir.
And there you go. Ace 5 would have made the wheel here. Instead, Jose holding on to the ace 6. Billy's going to check.
No
Jose-
fault. No fault to him, of course. You have an ace on the button. You just got to get involved and open the pot. Take down those blinds from the weaker hands. Billy just happens to wake up with a strong hand, and he turns them.
That's right.
That's what we got going on.
Oh, and Jose getting ready to bet here.
I
What is Jose representing here?
don't like this bet. He's representing the better queens. He's not really representing the 10. He's representing flushes. It's either flush or queen, basically. And Billy has the king of clubs. He's blocking the flushes, and he has a powerful queen, so, mandatory call down. There's not really a point in raising. If you raise there, you're only going to be getting called by better. So it's a really nice call from Billy. A raise would be a mistake. Chase is going to be taking a small break to do some flooring work out on the floor, so it's going to be just me for a bit. I'm going to try and hold it down in here. And the seam on the button, he has queen 9 suited. This is going to be an open. Billy is going to be releasing from the small blind, and we'll wait and see what Jose has. He jams. Suited queen is a powerful hand, 3-handed. He's just going to go ahead and put everyone to the test and not try and get cute with some post flop play. Blinds are at 25K, 50K. Jose sitting with 330,000, which puts him at roughly 6.5 big blinds. Billy sitting with 14 big blinds. Nassim sitting with 14 big blinds, and Billy with 1.6 million. That puts him at 32 big blinds. So he has a significant chip lead. He will be able to lean on these dudes and whittle away their stacks and force them to have a hand, and it is really hard to have a hand, especially 3-handed. In terms of pressure, he'll be able to put a bunch of pressure on the seam because he needs to outlast Jose. So Billy's button is going to be a great spot for him. Jose cannot get cute from his button and try and put pressure or generate folds too much from Billy because Billy has the deepest stack. So Billy is in a great spot right now. Blind versus blind. Nassim also cannot afford to get over involved versus Billy. So Billy is going to be getting a lot of walks on his big blind, and he's going to be taking a lot of steals from his button. Great spot for him. In this hand, Jose, king 10 off from the button. Mandatory jam with 6 bigs. Billy, jack 9 off is just not strong enough to call off with. He's going to be live very often, so he might decide to go for a KO. But I don't think that this is a call off. Jack 10 off maybe has a little more equity, so he could possibly call off with that. But yeah, jack 9 off is just not enough of a hand to continue with.
All right.
Chase is back.
I am back from the future. And Billy, faced with a decision here. Like you were saying, Jack 9 just not really a strong enough hand. But it does have, I was just about to say, it does have
He's
at least
live.
a little bit of connection properties here.
He got 35% equity. He's got the hearts working. He has both suits working, clubs and hearts. So
2 quad draws, 2 flush draws.
yeah. Let's see what happens. Jose in a good spot to double up, but the flop will determine the result,
Yes.
as it does.
Billy behind, but he's got the chips to spare. Ace right there. A 10 for Jose.
And that's it.
And a deuce.
Dead on the turn.
All but drawn dead. He's got a slim chance. That 5 does not help Jose. All the way up to 635K now. Just barely more than 10 bigs. And here we go. We're going to see another one. What do you think the odds are of fireworks? 35-65 on this next hand?
The odds of fireworks?
Yep.
Slim.
Okay. All right. I'll take the over on it.
All right.
I got $1 in my pocket.
It's almost like we're on a delay and you know what's going to happen. Crazy. I'm not taking a bet. But yeah, these situations are typically really slow, especially heads up. You know, it takes a while for significant collisions to happen.
Cruz saying Billy needs to fold there with the Jack 9.
Yeah, Cruz is he's the best player we got out here in West Texas as far as I'm concerned. Has put in the most work, and
Okay.
yeah, I agree with him. That is a mandatory fold.
All right. I will tell you this, and you can choose to believe me or not. I did not know that there would actually be fireworks on this next hand. Pocket 5s for Jose against the aces.
Yeah.
And Nassim said, I literally did not know.
Shut up.
You can choose not to believe me, but I really didn't. And Jose, with his stack size, the way it is, any pocket pair is kind of.
All right, guys. We got another interruption for Chase. I'm going to take over as I have. Pocket 5s for Jose. He is going to be forced to go with this hand. And he cannot call. He cannot raise to anything other than all of the chips. Ooh. Wow. All right. So he, as the shortest stack, he does not have any ICM pressure, really. So he's going to take this flop, and this is about as good as a flop. A 10-high monotone flop with a pair of 5s is about as good as it gets for him. So he's going to have to put a bunch of chips in regardless. Being the shortest stack, if he was middling stack, it's a little bit different. You know, you want to proceed with caution and wait for the smaller stack to bust out. But with pocket 5s facing a raise from the big stack on the button, pocket 5s is not strong enough to navigate post flop, and I think it's just an all-in. But he picks up open-ended.
Picking up the straight draw here. Yeah, and that straight draw is just enough to get Jose into a lot of trouble here. He does check, though. Do you think he's probably not going for a check raise here? Nassim, very keenly aware of the pot size, the stack size that Jose is playing with. Less than 1 SPR for Jose.
I'm curious whether or not Nassim would take any of his Broadway cards or hands that haven't connected and go all in with here as a bluff. I don't think he would. I think he's going to be checking back after c-betting the flop if he has not connected. Jose feels like he's forced to call off. That would be a sick fold on his part if he was able to find a fold here on this turn.
Yeah.
After flatting the raise pre-flop.
Yeah, and that 3, notice, also completes the rainbow. So Jose not really worried about, being up against any flush draws or anything like that that could have him beat. Drawing to a straight would be the nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And Nassim gets the check mark with the aces. And our graphics show that Jose was covered, but we have a slight correction to make there with the chip stacks. Jose not quite eliminated just yet.
Interesting. Okay. He's going to survive. He has a little bit left. Tough spot.
Tough spot. You can see well more than half of his chips going into the middle here for the next blind. And this is basically a mandatory shove spot, almost. Jose has very limited hand selection here. If he folds here, he's going to be crippled, but he will get the opportunity to look at 2 more cards on the button for free.
Yeah, he has 3 big blinds. There's not a lot of pressure left on him. Both of his opponents are over $1 million with plenty left in their stack. They're not going to get involved in a big hand with each other. And I don't see a world where either Nassim or Billy get involved and, bust out in third ahead of him.
Yeah, I was going to say not with that attitude, but also not with those cards. Jack 3 up against Jack 6. Nassim has him crushed, absolutely dominated, and suited no less with one of the suits that Jose is holding.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's a jack. Having a jack with 3 big blinds is something, but Jack 3
Oh, and now
offsuit is it's not enough. Should just folded it out and taken a button and see. Ooh.
Wow, makes the wheel. Okay.
All right.
He's kind of back in it, not entirely, but 355,000 in the middle. That'll go right into Jose's stack.
Survival.
About 7 bigs. He's got a little bit of hand selection now.
Mm-hmm.
Just enough, but 3-handed, those blinds are going to be coming around really fast.
He can spin it up for here. I've seen crazier things.
Oh, yeah.
He can definitely even win this.
What is it that Basil always says? What is it? It's poker is ill.
Poker so sick, dog. Poker so sick, dog.
Yeah, it's all up to whether or not the cards want to cooperate. And let's see what Joey decides to deal out here. Of course, we know, everybody who plays poker knows, the dealer is responsible for the randomness of the cards. I'm joking, of course. And looks like Jose's going to throw that hand in the muck. We'll never know what it was. And like you were saying, not a lot of incentive for Nassim and Billy to tangle, at least not until Jose is eliminated. But Nassim is going to get aggressive here. The Queen-7 throws out a raise, and Billy's going to fold the 6-9. If it was Tom, maybe he would have called here. 6-9.
Queen 7 breaks even versus a deck. They call it the computer hand. Mathematically, it breaks even on a jam there. With ICM, it probably isn't that, but he understands that Billy is just going to continue with the best of hands. So I guess I don't mind it. I think it's a little bit too aggressive, all things considered, but it works out.
Here we go again. Billy with the pocket 4s. In the small blind, Nassim first to act with the ace, jack, suited the applejack of hearts. And Nassim going to go ahead and raise it up again, 2 in a row. And that might set off some alarm bells for Billy. Jose waking up with the ace-9. 7 bigs, that's kind of the best you can ask for, but a raise and a call ahead of you.
This is an interesting decision point for Jose. Nassim raises big. That can be perceived as weaker than normal.
And 2 in a row.
And he has an ace, but he does have the 2 of them involved, and he knows that they're going to take.
Good lay down there.
That's great.
Excellent lay down. Have y'all used the soundboard yet? Can we get some applause?
I like it.
The king 9-8 here. Certainly favoring Nassim's range, if I'm not wrong.
That is correct.
And Billy with the pocket fours can't continue. He's going to fold.
There's honestly king 9-8 monotone is going to be a mandatory C bet from Nassim for a small size, but it's pretty neutral in terms of range versus range.
And here we go. On to the next one. It's a good thing we got Joey in there so we can admire that man bun while he shuffles.
The beard.
The beard.
He looks like one of those hippies that you see in Bali,
You see it too.
minus the yoga.
And Jose with the actual house hand, king of spades, jack of hearts.
This is it.
This is it. He's going to go all in. Nassim
Will snap.
snapping it off with the weak ace.
Yep.
Not the weakest.
Nah, ace 8 is strong enough. You're ahead of a lot of the ace X and obviously king highs, queen highs.
All players on their feet to watch this. Nassim, surprised we can't hear him from the other room. He is loud when he gets excited.
If he flops an ace,
Ah, man.
you flop an ace and you're in a GG spot.
And he can't.
That's
Nope.
it.
That's an
GG.
8. Nassim with the 2 pair, just twisting the knife on Jose. I will admit to you that was one of the interruptions I had. Jose not very happy about the way that he went out. You know, hard to be happy when you make it all the way up to third place. Chip leader 3-handed at one time. And now we are down to 2, and I believe we're going to be taking a break here.
Very nice.
All right, here's the big question, Johnny.
What's up?
Here's the big question. Who do you have, and by how much?
Billy has the experience edge. I like, man, this is what I wanted to see. I'm not going to lie. This is the best outcome in terms of for the show.
Yeah,
I like Jose as a player. He has definitely done a lot of work on his game. But in terms of, styles make fights.
yes, absolutely.
And Billy versus Nassim is probably the best outcome between all these players. So I'm really glad for this. And I don't think I'm going to make a selection. I don't have one or the other. It's going to be a good fight.
Oh, yeah.
I look forward to it. Nassim has a pretty stout chip lead. Nothing too crazy, especially heads up. I think Billy might have an edge heads up. I have not seen Billy play a lot of heads up, but I've heard of some battles that he's had playing big O heads up for massive amounts.
Oh, yeah.
Nassim is more of a full ring guy. I don't think he's been in poker long enough to be battling heads up. But his aggression frequencies make him dangerous. His thoughtfulness makes him dangerous. He's good at making live reads. They're both formidable, and look forward to it.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an absolutely great fight. And both of these players already earning points here for the Tournament of Leaders. And I believe one of them will get into the Tournament of Champions as well. Both free rolls, both with the WSOP main event prize. Ham in the chat saying he called the top 2. Alex Cruz. Samuel saying he likes both of them. 55-45 going for Nassim. Interesting. Almost blackjack odds for Nassim.
Don't mind it.
Don't mind it. By that I mean, the house 51%, the player 49%.
Yes.
And we are running the flush frenzy today also for cash games. $4,500 in the jackpot for today. That is absolutely wild. If it doesn't hit, we'll be adding another $250 at 10 p.m. here in just about an hour and a half, a little more than that. And we'll see what happens. 2 players, last I checked, had 2 flushes. So you want to come out, try your hand at that jackpot, you'd be in the running.
Come on down, guys. Action's been heating up here at Kojak's. We have 2 tables running, a 1-3 and a 1-2. That flush frenzy is really worth taking a shot at. So
Oh, yeah. Get on the list. We'll see if we can't make a third table happen, depending on how many people are tired of grilling out.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day to everybody, by the way.
Mother's Day. Shout out to all the mothers. None of us would be here without you, and
That's true.
we love y'all.
I'm going to go ahead and pull up the pause screen for just a moment. It says 15 minutes, but it'll be a little bit shorter than that. We'll just leave it up for now.
All right, you guys. I'm back from the break. Looks like they jumped right into the action. They very likely talked some business to move the numbers around for the pays. And first hand back, see Nassim taking it down. Billy on the button. He's going to be opening up the next hand. Appreciate it, Gus. Best poker room in Midland, Odessa. Yes, sir. Without a doubt, Kojak's is the premier room in the area. You know, there's plenty of action in the home games and stuff, but this is the spot to be. It's the legit spot that we got. In West Texas.
Wrong button. Sorry about that. Sitting down trying to be smooth with my mouse clicks. Yeah, you know, that gets me in trouble more than you would think. Oh, wow, Billy with kings. And Nassim with a big stack.
Nassim jams.
Oh, no. Wrong time for that. Suited queen, though, you kind of can't blame him. Heads up.
Yeah, it's mandatory. I suppose you could just open it, but yeah, going all in has its merits too, of course.
And there's that king right there. On the flop, has Nassim basically drawing dead. Whoop. That ace.
Dead on the turn.
Get a jack 10 on the river. Nope.
You want to just dig him out of the muck, or what? How's that gonna happen?
And there it is. Billy now the chip leader. But still fairly even stacks. 1.6 thereabouts to 1.1.
Yeah, they flip flop. So last time we checked, Nassim had 1.6 and Billy had 1 million. Now Billy has 1.6 and Nassim has 1 million. This is par for the course in heads up play.
Yep.
So we are going to keep chugging along. Hand 118 of the final table.
Woo.
Have not kept track of the hand count for the heads up portion, but we're a couple of hands in.
Oh, and now it's Nassim's turn for the premium pair.
Billy is not going to give him action with the queen four off. So unfortunately, he gets a walk with the queens.
That's one of the worst feelings in poker.
It is.
I swear.
Not fun.
Yeah, especially if you're short stacked. I feel like it stings just a lot more.
Yeah, it would be nice to chip up when you have a premium. It's so hard to come by, you know.
Yep.
But
Robert's pitch is beautiful. Voted best pitch in the West.
by far,
And Nassim with the 6-5 offsuit here. I expect an open.
he's either gonna flat. I think he could flat, but wouldn't fault him for a raise here. It might not be strong enough to flat. Honestly, hands like these benefit from
Ooh.
generating folds. Billy jams.
Billy playing very aggressively. I got to say, I like that.
hmm So everything shifts in heads up. Ace four offsuit, 9-handed in a full ring table. Obviously, not a great hand, but when your heads up, it is just it's just powerful. Having an ace in your hand is worth a lot. He understands that, and he jams, knowing that he's ahead of the majority of the hands that Nassim is going to be raising from his button.
And Nassim with the 9-6 gets a walk here. 6-9, that might be the only time we see that win at the final table.
You know, like I said, there's a lot of hands that appear to us because of how we've learned to think about the game as weak hands or hands that shouldn't be winning. Everything changes heads up. So connectivity brings a lot of value into the hands, and high cards bring a lot of value into the hands. It's a different game.
He's like a Buddha. Johnny Buddha over here.
Relax.
Eternal wisdom.
And the seam with the queen, he is going to.
I couldn't tell if it was a call or a raise here.
He's going to raise it.
Yeah.
Take it down.
Sure is. 6 deuce. Still not a great hand, even heads up.
These boys understand what they're doing. Like I said, man, this is fun. They are two that are going to be battling for the heads up portion. That ace four offsuit, you know, a lot of other players will not just be back jamming with that sort of hand. Billy making it happen, and Nassim is just as capable.
Like you said,
Charlie gets
Charlie gets a win.
Charlie gets a win with his favorite hand, best hand in poker.
The 5-3 suited. He claims to have won more money with that hand than anything else. I want in on that game.
I would like to see him show up at Kojak's and give us some action if he's going to be playing that hand for piles of money. You know, it does have its merits, man. You can catch people by surprise if you flop well with it. The element of surprise can never be underestimated in warfare.
Yes.
And
This is absolutely
that's what this is.
vicious warfare. And Nassim with the pocket fives, a good, decently solid pocket pair here. Gonna raise it up. I like how Nassim is changing his sizing a little bit on his opens. I think conventional wisdom says you always want to open for the same amount so that you don't give anything away. But I have to say, I do enjoy the variety here, at least as a commentator.
Yeah, variety, it does. It's a more complex strategy. I don't think he's looked into it at any particular depth, but it adds a psychological element into the game. You can throw people off balance, and there's a lot of people that they just telegraph, right? Like if they raise a certain size, they're basically telegraphing exactly what category of hand they have,
Right.
and you can exploit that. Whereas if you have
Ooh, a 3-bet, a non-jam 3-bet here.
this right here, this is the hand.
And kind of like you were saying with the, what was it, the ace-4, I believe. That queen-jack is strong enough to handle itself post-flop.
Yeah, heads up. That's a powerful hand. Billy decides to continue with his offsuit middling connector. If he flops equity on this board, then he knows that he's going to be in a good spot versus Nassim.
Yeah, I'd like to see a tricky check from Nassim here with that queen on the board. But he doesn't go for it. He is staying aggressive, foot firmly on the gas.
Hands, Billy's a field player. He's an old school player. At these stack sizes, 8-7 offsuit is not technically a continue, but a lot of players here in West Texas, they like to gamble. They like to get involved. They don't back down from a challenge. And facing a 3-bet, he's got position and he's willing to get in there and tango with that hand, but not advisable.
You think Billy may have had a live read on Nassim, I think is what you're saying there. Maybe he put Nassim on some high cards. If the board comes out low, he could have opened himself up to a bluff.
Yeah, for sure. And he might even just have confidence in the fact that he can outplay Nassim post-flop, and so he doesn't necessarily have to outflop him. He can also outplay him.
Check, check with the jack on the turn. And the queen comes out. Billy's pair of threes is going to be best. Hard to make a pair. Check, check on the river. Billy takes down a small pot. Hello from Russia. User 3501. What's going on, buddy? Thanks for watching all the way. I don't know how to say hello in Russian. Otherwise, I would do it right now.
Madarasha.
Madarasha.
You know, Russians, I happen to dabble a bit in chess. I play a lot of chess online, and I think Russians are my favorite players to play chess against. They are stout players.
Indeed. Indeed. Waiting for the poker scene to catch on in Russia. I know it's hit Asia fiercely.
It's big in Russia. Poker is massive in Russia. A lot of the best players in the world. Just mental games in general, you know, in Russia, their climate dictates that they're going to be doing stuff outdoors, but also they're staying indoors. Their government has supported their development as a people for a long time, in contrast to Americans, where they don't have government support for their development as a people, and it shows, honestly. So shout out to Russia
Shout out to Russia.
from America.
Billy with the ace-6, Nassim with the ace-4 here. Billy going all in. This is one of those hands, correct me if I'm wrong. Ace-4 on the line here. I don't know if he wants to call off and play for his tournament life with the ace-4. He's got a lot of chips in his stack. He could wait for a better hand.
Yeah, it's a fold. Unfortunately, he decides to go.
Wow, and he does go for it. This could be it.
Yeah,
And
that's
this also could be a chop.
it. Could be a chop. There's plenty of chops. There's plenty of wins for Nassim as well.
Let's see, ace-king on the board here.
You're just dominated so frequently, and you only have have one out versus a lot of the pairs between 5 and king.
Oh, come on. Another 7 or another 5. Let's see this thing carry over.
King ball.
King ball. Looks like a chop to me. I can tell because there's an S right there.
You cheater.
User 3501 saying, thank you, Mr. Mike Guy. Not guys. I think he's thanking you.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. Billy showing that he is not going to be pushed around or taken lightly in this final table. I think after the tournament is done, both of these players are going to have a newfound respect for each other as players, and it'll be a learning experience regardless of the result.
A great observation right there. The amount of camaraderie here at Kojak's in particular is unmatched. Everybody really here to have a good time. Even these players dueling for $9,000. Actually, they did agree to a small split, $8,000 up top, $6,500 for second place. Wanted to guarantee $1,000 more for the second place finisher. And Nassim with the Jack-10. Real good hand here.
Yeah, he's going to be taking this one down. Won't be finding any resistance, and we'll be moving on to the next hand.
Nassim literally licking his lips at the thought of taking more chips out of Billy's stack.
He continues through a call. Interesting decision.
Queen, Jack, 6 on the flop. Nassim with a Jack.
Billy with 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Doesn't seem like much, but there is value in that. He leads the 9 turn. Removes a lot of Queen X from Nassim's range. Removes a lot of Jack X from Nassim's range.
And yeah, Billy leads out.
Starts attacking.
And there's the 8.
Sick river.
Sick river indeed. Both players with the straight. You think this is going to go bet 3-bet? Or is Billy too cautious for that?
He's probably going to raise. The guy has
There it
king
goes.
10. The guy has king 10. He has king 10.
Right.
So be it. And I don't think he has a lot of king 10. I think he will be betting the flop with the majority of his king 10, unless he has like king 10 of diamonds. So there's one combo of king 10 that he could have. But yeah, I won't really be having that. Vince moved to Russia. Interesting.
You got to read it in his voice. LOL, this is Vince, you goofballs. Horrible Russian accent. Forgive me. And Nassim all in, 4-bet. Unbelievable. Snap call.
Snap call, get it in. Stop.
Snap chop. Snap chop is not a phrase you hear very often, but hey, we're bringing it back, y'all.
Yeah. Innovation, guys.
That's right. And here we go. Billy taking a walk. I don't know. Chopping a pot's kind of like, what is it, kissing your cousin?
Yeah, it does nothing for you. I guess that makes sense to me now.
We got a heckler in the room.
I've never understood. I've honestly never understood it, but
Wow, and Nassim with the aces. Going to be tough to get value out of Billy's exact hand here, but
that's going to be such a painful muck.
yes, there it is. Look, and he shows. Oh, no. Yeah, I can feel it. It hurts me. I've been in that situation many times. I just throw my computer at the wall. I've gone through about 5 computers now in the last year.
Have you really?
Yeah, just throwing them at the wall every time I get aces and get a walk in a tournament.
Yeah, I feel that, brother. It can be stressful. I feel for the dealer here. Dealing heads up can be pretty boring and frustrating. It's a lot of doing your work, riffling, shuffling, pitching them out, and then you just got to muck the hands. So
Right.
you just got to get into a zone, not think about it, keep doing the work, and getting those hands out. Robert doing a great job.
Absolutely. Quite the grind. Robert doing a good job as always.
Nassim with an offsuit queen on the button. He raises 2.5x, is it? A little larger than 2.5x, 2.6. So he is trying to generate additional folds with his weaker hands, as we can see. Flops a gutty. He's going to feel like it's a mandatory c-bet on this board. Billy is very likely to just go ahead and jam over the top and will likely be taking this down. If we see a 3 on the turn in some instances where Billy decides to just call, that would be a crazy hand. I guess it's possible.
He does just call.
No, he raises it. He makes it like 305.
Yep.
280. Okay. And now Nassim is gonna do some Hollywooding so he doesn't lose his image too much, and act as if he's contemplating a decision, and then go ahead and let it go.
Ruffling the beard there. Eyebrows furrowed. Hand over his mouth. Going to count as chip stack for posterity here. Do you think he's going to go so far as to count out the call? It looks like he is. And then put it back.
Just doing inventory. Something really interesting, we see the cards, and so it looks like he has a decision, but if you can just imagine being in that spot versus Billy, you can more fully appreciate the fact that, he's always making it seem like there's a decision and like there's tension in the situation. So like Reese was talking about, you really do want to maintain tension in your mannerisms and always take your time to make your decisions. It does add pressure to the situation, and it's worth something.
And the scene with the queen, going to get a walk here. Vince actually claiming to make an appearance on this final table. He says, lost my stack to Billy. Glad he took it all the way to the final two.
Vince, one of our dealers out in Odessa, is a good player.
Yep.
Just airs a little bit too much to the aggression, and
don't we all?
Sometimes speak for yourself. Dealers are notoriously aggressive. They're great games to play in is dealer games. So shout out to Vince. Thanks for tuning in, brother. And let's see how this ends out.
Vince, excellent energy at the table as well. Great sense of humor. Cool guy. If you haven't met him yet, go out to CCC where he deals. Shake his hand, man. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, very cool. Always has a genuine smile. But there's two sides to Vince, man. I've seen him spaz out. He has a temper on him. I'll tell you that.
And the scene with the King 10 here. Billy putting together, it looks like just a call. No, it's a raise. And the scene with the King 10 here. Not likely to 3-bet, but I think this is one of those hands. It's just too strong to 3-bet.
Yeah, it's connected and strong enough to just take a flop. If you're running into it, you don't want to be just punting off with King 10 off, so you can go ahead and continue through a call and play some post flop. He does not have the initiative, which is always, a bad spot to be in, and that is the value of raising with hands like this. Speaking from Billy's perspective, you have King 2 offsuit. You're thinking, what should I do here? He's going to be generating a fold from a better hand, and that is the value of aggression in poker. You cannot just be playing your hand face up. You're using your bets to your advantage, sometimes folding out better hands, and also setting up an image for future play.
Yep, absolutely. Load yourself up for a bluff maybe later on. Load yourself up for a little additional value, building the pot. Vince saying he was the 11th player on the table. What is it, the 5th man?
The third.
6th man?
Fifth wheel, something like that.
Something like that. It's been a long week, guys. Billy with the 8-4 this time on the big blind. To see with the Doyle Brunson here. Texas Dolly making an appearance at the final table as well. Nassim going to raise it up. Vince saying from Odessa, Russia. I think Odessa's in Ukraine, is it not?
Odessa is in Ukraine, yes.
Vince taking a political stance, maybe. I'm kidding.
The former Soviet Union.
And we are on to the next. You know, I'm happy to see heads-up play here with Robert in the box, just so we can watch the masterful pitch about once every minute.
Yeah, the technique on this guy is incredible. So smooth.
Amazing. King 5 for Nassim, King 7 for Billy. Billy raising it up with the suited king. And Nassim going to flat here out of position. 260K in the pot on the flop. A king is going to bring a world of hurt to somebody.
Nassim has the hearts working for him. He's currently out kicked. He cannot go anywhere with his top pair. This could spell danger for him for sure.
Let's see a 10 here on the turn. What do you think?
Yeah, the big cards are going to be introducing a lot more chops. If it is a 2, 3, or 4,
Ooh.
then it is a lot more likely that Nassim is going to be dealt some damage. And that is exactly what turns up for us.
Yeah, Billy keeping up the aggression here. Going to bet again, this time 200,000. $500,000 in the middle. Nassim would have to call about 20% of his stack if he wants to continue. He sure does. And a 9 right there pairs the board.
Just going to go check a lot of the time.
Nassim still
They're-
outkicked here. Billy going to maybe realize his value.
Yeah, Billy could target a deuce, but, you know, what sizing do you choose to target a deuce? A lot of 9s are in Nassim's range, and so if you bet and you get jammed over the top, that's a disaster. So a check back is a good play from Mr. Ward here.
Have we talked about Billy's hoodie yet?
No,
Love the scales, man.
dude, Cirque du Soleil, I've been looking at it. It's a nice one.
Very
I
good.
like it. It's got the fish scales on it. Huh?
It's cool stuff, man. Looks like tattoos on his hoodie.
Who do you think has a better outfit?
It's tough to say, man. Nassim wearing his lucky shirt. I see him wear that to cash games and win huge.
And the short shorts?
The short shorts, that's mandatory for Nassim. He never leaves the house. I don't know if you've ever watched Arrested Development. Nassim, almost a never nude here. Shout out to my Arrested Development fans.
30K, 60K. So Nassim has 12 and a half big blinds roughly.
And that's
No, it's 13. 13 bigs. Billy has 30.
That's definitely going to influence his play here with that jack. Not going to raise it up really unless you are short stacked, I believe. Billy choosing a better spot. I could be wrong.
I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
A lot to focus on here in this game. Mannerisms, outfits, dealer accuracy, unmatched.
Lauren's a good dealer, man. She knows how to get the cards out at least.
Mm-hmm.
I like the focus. She's doing well. The trophy right there in the background.
Oh, yeah. Positioned very nicely on the camera, by the way. I wonder who did that.
It's a beaut.
Our trophies this year are exquisite, if I may say. Acrylic top with a very, very cool kind of ink in the water design and a true mineral base. Polished white. This one might just go fold, fold. Now, question, Johnny.
Yeah.
A rule question. If you're heads up, you're second to act, pre-flop, the player folds to you. Can you just fold your hand? Surrender the pot? Just fold? I know the answer is no. I was
Wait. What was the question?
You got 9-7 versus 7-5. Both players just want to fold.
And then chop? Is that what you're saying?
9 deuce versus 7 deuce.
No, because it's a turn-based game.
Oh.
So you have to wait your turn.
Oh.
Then you make a decision.
Okay.
Your opponent you can't make a collaborative decision at the same time.
I see. Okay. So that is disallowed. I got you.
Yes, not in the rule set, brother.
And it looks like Billy's stack really growing here, really multiplying.
Mm-hmm. Playing well.
Playing very well. Nassim giving us a little leg. Showing that off at the bottom of the frame there. And Vince saying Nassim's always got better style. Okay, so we have 1 vote for Nassim's outfit. Puka shell necklace.
Nassim, that dream. I like Nassim, that dream. He's got kings down the button. Going to be opening. Billy with queen 10 offsuit. It is too much of a hand to be folding. So he will be coming along.
Yep. And Billy in a position to get injured here. Oh, no. Nassim with the boat. Billy with trips. You got to think both players think that they're good here. That's 7 a blank.
That's nasty.
That is absolute nasty. Dirt nasty. Nasty with a G in front of it.
Pay attention to Billy's characteristics. This is what it looks like when he flops the nuts. Still pensive.
Still covering up.
Still covering up his mouth. Not too excited. Just a cool, calm, collected operator. Nassim thinks that he has him smoked. Has a blocker to the straight. Has basically the best trips possible. And does he jam? He jams and gets snapped, of course.
Yep. Got to snap it off there. Unfortunately, Billy
Whoa.
gets the bad news.
Billy is tanking. I don't understand how. Oh no, yeah. No, Billy has queen 10. Excuse me. I had it completely reversed. This is a nasty spot.
Yeah, Billy with queen 10 though. Really taking his time on the decision. A lot of Broadway cards out there. You can't put your opponent on kings, 7s, or jacks though.
Well, yeah, he raised the button. So Nassim is uncapped. Billy is the only person with a capped range. So Billy does not have any kings. He doesn't have queens. He doesn't have, he can have 7s, but the boat advantage and the nut advantage is going to be Nassim's.
All of this going into Billy's mind here.
And what does he beat at this point? That's the problem. I would like to see a fold out of him. That would be a sick fold. I don't see any bluffs.
You don't think king 10 is bluffing here? You don't think...
No,
Alright.
that would be absurd. You have too much showdown value. Maybe even ace 10 gets there. Ace 10 of hearts. And it's debatable whether or not ace 10 of hearts would shove. I don't think. I'm trying to think of a hand that would bluff here. I don't see one.
wow, and Billy calls.
10, 8 of hearts, possibly. I don't see a bluff. I'm looking hard. I can't figure anyone out. He has pocket jacks. He has pocket kings. He has king queen. He's
Queen
not.
jack even.
He has queen jack. He's not jamming aces. He's not jamming ace king. He's not jamming king 10. And everything else beats you. Does he have? Yeah. There's no bluffs that I can find. That makes sense. So I would have liked to see a Billy fold there. That would have been insane and incredibly high level, but he decides that trips is too much of a hand to be folding, and so he calls it off.
Nasty. Absolutely nasty flop. Disgusting. It smells like garbage somewhere.
Yeah, that hurt him. I like to pay attention to people when they take a beat like that. Pay attention to Billy. Look at the color of his skin, how flushed he is, his posture. Look, he seems pretty calm. I like that. There's a lot of players where they take beats and they immediately shift into a different mode of of reality, really, and they start making worse decisions. They start being impulsive and emotional. And Billy's been around for a long time. I do know that he does tilt. I've seen it myself, but he's handling himself very well here.
And maybe
uh,
capitalizing
love
on
to see
that perception there with the jam immediately following, hoping to get a call with the ace-5.
Possibly. I mean, he just had the hand though.
Yeah. I love that spot when I take a bad beat and I get a good hand that I can go all in with and hope maybe somebody's going to call me lighter because they think I'm tilt raising.
Yeah.
Always a lot of fun there. Billy with the ace-queen, Nassim with the ace-8. This could be it too.
It's gonna be a pot. This is gonna be a pot for sure. I would assume that there is going to be a raise from Nassim and a jam from Billy.
As the graphics pop up, it's like you can
Um,
see into the future.
Yeah, it plays itself. You see these patterns pop up so often. Nassim has too strong of a hand to fold. He's going to have to raise, obviously. Billy has too much of a hand to just call with. He has to jam over the top, and it plays itself out.
Oh, man. Ace
Really.
in the flop here.
Billy has the spades covered, so that's going to remove some of the runouts for Nassim. Looking for an 8 and an 8 only.
3 left. It's a queen instead. Billy with the ace-queen. 2 pair. Nassim undoubtedly saying, hey, man, you already had me beat. Did you really need the queen on the river? Come on, dude. Is that a yellow card? Is that a penalty right there?
Nah, I don't think so. It just plays itself out. Say nice hand, and move along. Definitely brutal.
And now it's our turn to watch Nassim here with his posture, his face flushing.
Yeah, he is. He has a smirk. He's smirking. He's smiling. And collecting himself. Looking at the clock. Shrugs his shoulders in resignation. Realizes that just happened the way it was supposed to, and there's no way to avoid it. And so he proceeds onward, keeps moving. Nothing else to do, really. Crying about it doesn't help.
That's right. All you need is a chip in a chair. We've seen stranger things happen. And I think we've also both seen Stranger Things, the Netflix show.
Yeah, it's a great show.
Good one.
I don't watch much, but I did get through that one. There was a certain nostalgia to it that I enjoyed quite a bit.
Yeah, back in your time when you were in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember those days riding my bicycle around with a flashlight taped to the front, watching Betamax tapes. Kidding, I was born in 88.
It reminds me more of like the movies from the 90s, right? Because based on.
Yep.
I wasn't there, but it felt like a throwback to the 90s. And I guess if you were alive in the 70s and 80s, it felt like something from your direct experience in your childhood.
Excellent soundtrack as well.
Yeah.
I wonder what Nassim is playing in his mental soundtrack right now. I wonder what song he's jamming out to in there.
Let's go. That's his constant soundtrack to life. Let's effing go. Takes it down, goes all in with the suited 10-7, gets a fold out of the 9 deuce O.
I think Lauren listening to O-E-E-I-E-O-E-E-I-E. Little kitty cat spinning around.
I can hear that for sure. That's Lauren. Billy.
He's got some 90s alt rock in there.
Dude, I don't know.
Nirvana.
I don't know what Billy's got in his head. I'd be scared to look, honestly.
Both players once again with a king here. This time, Nassim out kicking him, looking at the king jack, the house hand.
Nassim, that dream. In commanding position here.
Yep.
Don't mind the call off here from Billy. Again, king high in a heads up situation is just a lot of hand, really. And you got to go with it.
Ooh, a jack for Nassim almost locks it up.
King jack. He's got diamonds and 3 to a straight for a chop.
There's another queen.
That's it.
Billy not dead yet. Looking for another king for a chop. Oh.
3 ball. That's heads up for you. You know, you can take some beats, survive it, double up, and they're back to neck and neck.
That's right.
It is never over. You figure, you know, you got a big advantage on someone, and they're all but dusted, but there's still plenty of fight if it's heads up. It's never something to take for granted as a win.
Heads up a lot like just a game in patience. You know, a lot of it is can you outlast the mental, what's it called, stamina of your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Take the bad beats, wait around for another spot, double back up.
Yep.
All of that's going to play a part. So this is a round, whatever, the final round of a boxing match here. Both players tired. Both players have gone through 2 days of qualifiers and a full day today to end up here heads up. And Nassim with a offsuit king here once again. What did you call Queen 7?
Queen 7 is known as the computer hand.
Is King 7 just slightly better than that, or not?
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
also a computer hand. The quantum computer hand.
I don't know what that hand is,
I
but
don't know.
give me that hand. I'll play that versus a deck. Billy on the button. 6-3 offsuit. Interesting to see what his decision will be here.
Yeah, I was about
Ops
to
with
say
a fold.
maybe a fold here.
It's just not enough of a hand. Could maybe continue through a call. Heads up is largely unexplored territory for me. There's a lot to be learned in poker, and heads up is a world of its own.
It is really, and you know, it's also very rare. It's tough to get into the heads up spot in a large tournament like that. I mean, unless you go out looking for heads up matches, it's tough to get the practice.
Yeah, big time. And another thing is, you know, these guys are heads up short stacked, and that doesn't happen in cash games. There used to be an online scene for heads up players, and they would play deep stacked online heads up cash, which, okay, I mean, you're going to learn some things from it, but it's not the same as playing short stacked heads up for a tournament dub. They are both under 20 big blinds, so there's not really a way to practice for this unless you're going to study away from the table and maybe battle against a computer or something like that. But this is something that is hard to duplicate and get experience in unless you're a crusher and you run deep in tournaments frequently. And even then, you know, making it to the heads up portion is not easy for anybody.
Not a guarantee in the least. Billy with pocket kings here. Going to be tough to get value, though, from Nassim. Unless Nassim just wants to get wild with it. This would be the worst time. Ah, there it is. There's a fold. 240K in the pot when nothing happens. Watching these chips changing hands, man.
Yeah, the time is getting close. This is do or die territory. There's not really much left to do other than play for all of it. So we'll see what happens.
Not quite bingo territory, but we are getting close to that.
What time? It's 9 o'clock.
It is.
What time did the final table start? 4?
Somewhere around 3.
I got here like at 3:15.
Okay, yeah, it might have been 4.
Something like that.
About 5 hours these players have been grinding today at the final table. We had a small amount of play with 2 tables on day 2 today. And we ran 5 total flights spread out over Friday and Saturday. We'll be doing that same structure again with the main event next weekend. So make sure to come out, buy some entries, get ready. Main event with a 50K guarantee. Nassim with the quantum
Looks
computer
like it's
hand.
it. Billy 3-bets. Nassim calls. He's going to take a flop. Man, there's some.
Oh, no.
Yeah, brutal.
Oh, no. Hard to make a pair.
Especially top pair.
Tough to spot an over pair. And Billy.
Queen of Hearts. That removes the King of Hearts from Nassim's outs, and that is the end of it.
Wow. We made it. Unbelievable showing from these players. Unmatched skill here in the mini main.
That was great. Impressive showing from both. Really proud of both of their plays. I think we had a lot of good looks.
Oh, yeah.
And Billy earned this one, man. He played his butt off.
Look at that
His
solid
final
handshake.
table.
You have both players. Nassim played his butt off also, finding some great folds.
Yep.
Choosing some good jam spots. Same with Billy. All right.
Let's go. The trophy is Billy's. He takes down this, our 4th event of the West Texas Poker Championship Series, event number 4. And that trophy is going to belong to Mr. Billy Ward, one of our longtime crushers here.
Good job, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, Billy certainly putting in the work here. And I think what we'll see is a pretty sweet picture. Billy staging everything just right, putting the black chips in the middle, of course. No amateur moves here.
It's good to see him back in the winner's circle. You know, Billy has a big tournament due to him. He plays a lot in some of the bigger markets, Austin, Dallas, etc. I think Austin is his favorite stop of all places.
Second favorite.
And, yeah, behind Kojak's. For sure. But, yeah, man, it'll be exciting to see him really take down a big tournament. This is a good start. Momentum in the right direction for sure. And it's good to see.
Yeah, indeed. Very good to see. Billy with a great smile on his face took down 8K up top. Unbelievable showing from everybody at the final table. I couldn't be more impressed. I think everybody really showed up, showed out, and had a great time.
Yeah, loved it. Enjoyed the stream. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We really appreciate your time and your attention. And I hope everyone had a good time and maybe learned a thing or two and enjoyed the show.
Yeah, thanks for coming out, everybody. Thanks for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. We got more live streams next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday, definitely next Sunday.